Okay, I will now call the meeting to order. Will our city clerk please call the roll? Mr. City Clerk, would you please call the roll for the Assisted Housing Governing Board?
Thank you. Board Member DeCiccio. Board Member Gallego.
Here.
Board Member Gates. Board Member Lopez.
Here.
Board Member Nowakowski. Board Member Pastor.
Here.
Board Member Waring. Board Member Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Valenzuela. Chairman Stanton.
Here. Next item on the agenda for the Assisted Housing Governing Board is the minutes of the February 3rd, 2016 minutes. Member Lopez, did you have a chance to review those minutes?
Yes, I move the approval.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Excuse me. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Next is a proposed resolution adopting the Housing Department's 2016-17 Annual Agency Plan, 16-17 Capital Fund Program, and amended Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan. Member Lopez, did you have a chance to do you have a motion on that proposed resolution?
Yes, I move to approval.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call.
Board Member DeCiccio. Yes. Board Member Gallego.
Yes.
Board Member Gates. Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Nowakowski. Board Member Pastor.
Yes.
Board Member Waring. Board Member Williams.
Yes.
Vice Chair Valenzuela. Chairman Stanton.
Yes, that item passes unanimously. I will now adjourn the meeting of the Assisted Housing Governing Board. I will say, as always, Board Member Lopez, things go much more smoothly when you are on the dais. Thank you for your service.
Very much. Thanks for having me.
We will now begin the formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Do we need to call the roll again?
For the council.
Okay, can we call the roll, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilwoman Gallego.
Here.
Councilman Gates. Councilman Nowakowski. Here. Councilwoman Pastor. Councilman Waring.
Here.
Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Here. We are fortunate to have Ms. Judy Holm serving as our interpreter today. Would you please introduce yourself for the audience?
Buenas tardes, me llamo Judy, soy intérprete de español. Si alguien necesita el equipo, por favor venga conmigo o con el personal de la ciudad. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holm. We will now, according to our City Council rules, take citizen comments. According to our City Council rule, we will take citizen comments for up to 15 minutes. If there are additional citizens wishing to speak, they'll have the opportunity to provide comments before the City Council at the end of the meeting. The first person to speak is David Hartzell. Daniel Hartzell, I apologize. Please come forward. Followed by Mr. Leonard Clark. Mr. Hartzell, you have up to 3 minutes to provide testimony
Yes,
on any
sir.
subject matter before this council.
Okie dokie. These are pictures of the Navy. I already told you about being predecessor of the Smart Bomb. I was going to show you that, but I have no. Could we pass that up to him?
We may. Mr. City Clerk, could you get the picture and we'll pass it along. We'll get it back to you at the end of your comments.
Ship in the front is mine. Okay. As I was saying, I'm speaking with the Board of Education, and I've thought about it numerous times, and many citizens think it's a wonderful idea to keep our adolescents busy during the summer months and actually all year round. Proposing a youth corps derived from a drum and bugle corps, which is one of the best military discipline, self-moral values. You see corps instead of teams competing against each other, going out of the way to help each other. And the Board of Education says they've got the meeting on March the 7th, and I want to speak with them. And my bigger proposal also with this is proper language. And proper language being the three, they go around every year. What's the worst language? Worst language has been all along is what's decrepitating our society. First of all, the children should be referred as children, adolescents, teenagers, youth, boy, girl. The last thing we want to refer to them as a baby goat. Second one is our simple yeah. A lot of people don't realize that's from it's a German thing that it should be yes. And you find out the environment's nicer. I've been working with ABC. And the third one is cop, which a lot of people don't realize is constable on patrol. And I believe as long as we're in the United States, they do deserve the respect of police officers. A lot of people don't realize how much they're helpful until they really actually need them. Okay. So upon talking with ABC CEO Anita and talking proper terminology on language and realizing through society, it wasn't just one generation, it was been a group of societies. The news media is our biggest chain because we're all associated, living in the same environment. Let's change it over this. The morning cast has been getting on board, and the evening cast has been doing just the opposite, being totally rebellious. And I'm like, my God, what has society come to? Joe Ducey used the word suck last Thursday during a midday show. If the FCC would have got a hold of that, used it for profanity, that's how I'm saying we're interpreting. So simply, let me catch my breath. One another's, we've all made mistakes now and then, and we forgive, we forget. I think the biggest mistake on all of our part, including me, is we do not have the right to judge one another. That is God's job. If you do it against the law, then you deal with the police officer and court justice. That's an entirely different thing. Have a good day.
Thank you very
say the
much,
Lord's Prayer.
Mr. Hartzell.
Good to go.
Mr. Leonard Clark, did you provide testimony before the City Council?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Leonard Clark. I'm a native of Phoenix, born right down the street at Good Samaritan. It's not called that anymore, but anyways, it's not very far away. Hey, I just wanted to say that at the legislature, they're passing a bill. It's working its way through the legislature for the governor's signature, which is affecting Phoenix's water, in my opinion, indirectly. They want to mess with the Phoenix. It's called the Phoenix AMA, one of our protected water areas that our forefathers, the people back in the 1980s, said, hey, we better get some laws to protect our groundwater. It's being pumped out at a quick rate. We better do something about it. Well, anyways, it looks like the gravel pit companies, mining companies, they want to take the water that they're not allowed to do now under law, make these huge pools of dirty water, and then to get around the law, they want to call them recreational areas. So we cannot let this encroachment of our water continue. You see it happening in Sierra Vista and these other people because developers and money, they want to mess with the laws that our very wise leaders in the 1980s and even before then came up with to protect our water. So I'm very concerned about that. Also, I wanted to thank the mayor. I did see a news story out of Tucson whereby even though there was no funding from the county or the city of Phoenix, there will be a lot less dogs and cats that are killed, euthanized, even though I would like to see Maricopa County and the city of Phoenix work together with this not-for-profit organization. I think that the mayor, by being out in front on it, does help bring publicity, because whether we like it or not, man's best friend, women's best friend, dogs, cats, they provide valuable companionship. And then finally, I wanted to state to you that I know there are other beautiful people here that want to say that you should have a minister come up. The government unofficially should pick ministers every week or every 2 weeks to tell me how to pray. I don't need that. I don't think that we should have a theocracy, because the fact is, as a Protestant, I was always taught that we should not have middlemen in between us and our God. I don't need someone to get up and proselytize me. I saw this in Iraq. The first time I went in 1991, and then the second time, where in Saudi Arabia, they force you to pray 5 times a day. And if you don't, believe me, they have religious police with clubs that come around to beat on their citizens. That is not Arizona, and that is not the United States of America. Please let me pray to my God if I choose to do so in my own way silently, and I will not force you, I will not proselytize you unless you come up to me after the meeting and say, hey, Mr. Clark, let's all pray together. I've got no problem with that. But I am worried about the encroachment of theocracy. So please keep up the good work. We have silent prayer. It's a great compromise. You're not saying no prayer, but you're not saying, hey, we picked this high priest to tell us what dogmatic way to believe in God. So thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you'll continue this policy. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Joanne Scott Woods, did you provide testimony before this council? Thank you so much. Mr. Hartzell, have a good day. Ms. Woods?
Okay. I want to thank Assistant Chief Michael Kurtenbach for issuing around the 11th of January a referral proposal which would deploy 1,210 body cameras on the street for uniformed officers on or about July 1st in conjunction with the new fiscal year. I wish to thank the Mayor and City Council who on February 8th asked that the new city budget allow for all of the city patrols officers to wear body cams in the next 3 years. A body-worn camera is not just a tool to reduce citizen complaints against officers, provide more effective processing of cases in order to increase evidence of prosecution and those in domestic violence cases. It also means the stopping of the terror that Black and brown citizens live under in our city, of fear based on statistics. The bottom line is their use will provide accountability necessary for families of fallen citizens in our community. And data is vital to tracking our progress in reducing the number of deaths. The counted by the Guardian website, which tracks the number of people killed by law enforcement nationally, the total for 2016 in Arizona is 4, ranking our state as number 14 out of 51 per capita, and ranking in total 6 out of 51. One was from Phoenix, Levi Wilson, 39, who after an hour-long standoff during which he threatened to hurt himself, came outside, pointed a gun at himself and then at the officers and was shot. Someday a camera at all officer-involved shootings will provide the accountability so vital for trust to truly grow. On Monday, October 5th, 2015, Attorney General Loretta Lynch announced a pilot of an open source program to track police-involved deaths, paralleling the methodology used by the Guardian's The Connected Project. As a solution for building trust, I would propose that the Phoenix Police Department website provide a link to this new program run by the Department of Justice's Statistics Division, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and to the Guardian's accounted until such time as it becomes available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woods. I have no other comments for the citizen comment portion of today's meeting, so we'll move on to our regular agenda. Would the city clerk please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G5753 and 6137 through 6138, S42303, 42327 through 42329, 42333, and 42339 through 42371, and resolutions number 21389 and 21410 through 21412.
Thank you very much. Next is approval of meeting minutes of previous meetings. Vice Mayor Valenzuela, have you had a chance to review the formal meeting minutes from December 16th, 2015?
I have, Mayor, and so moved.
We have move approval. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Can we get a motion to continue?
I move to continue the minutes to March 23rd, 2016. They're the minutes of February 2nd, 2016.
Second.
A motion with a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Do we have a motion on mayor's, boards, and commission nominations as corrected?
Motion to approve mayor's, boards, and commissions nominations as corrected.
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. How about city council recommended boards and commission nominations?
Motion to approve city council, boards, and commissions nominations as corrected.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Looks like we have a number of citizens here to be sworn in for service on city boards and commissions. I'll come down and swear in the members of the public to serve. Afterwards, you come behind the dais that individual members of the council can say thank you to you, even you, Representative Cardenas. oath, and then towards the end, you have to fill in the blank for the board or commission that you're going to serve on. Well, some of you have your name tags on already. That's good. Who knew? All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of, fill in your blank, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. You're official. Thanks for your service. Good to see you. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Your service. Congratulations. Thank you. Yep. Good to see you. Oh, that's right. That's right. I've responded to a lot worse. Trust me. All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Congratulations. Thanks for your service. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you for your service. Those are all outstanding citizens willing to go the extra mile to serve the public, including Representative Mark Cardenas, who's a member of the state legislature serving West Phoenix and the West Valley. We wanted to get that over with quickly so we could get back to the legislature and vote no on all those bad bills. Hurry up and get back, Mark. All right, next on the agenda are liquor license applications. Vice Mayor, do we have a proposed omnibus on liquor licenses?
Motion to approve items 1 through 34, except item 1, which has been requested by the applicant to be continued to March 23rd, 2016, and item 34, which is recommended for disapproval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We do have a second. I have a number of cards, but all in favor of the motion made by the Vice Mayor. So I'll assume that they do not want to provide testimony at this time.
Not include 34.
34 is being held out.
34, yes, 34 is being held out, recommended for disapproval.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to item number 34. 34 is in District 8, Councilwoman Gallegos' district. Mr. City Manager. This is on item 1, which we did not cover item 1. It was not included in the omnibus. Did you want one, Flo?
I think he included it, didn't he?
Councilwoman Williams, did you want to make comments as it relates to?
I just didn't know if the applicant was here, and if so, I would advise her to get with the police department and get this straightened out as soon as possible, and also make sure that she has all the city permits she needs so that it can actually be heard on the 23rd.
Is someone here representing the item that was item number 1, Rec Room Phoenix Sports Grill? Okay, they were not here to hear that, so you, obviously we'll make sure that we, to the best of our ability, reach out to that individual and give them fair warning from the councilwoman. Item 34 is the next item on the agenda. That's in District 8, Councilman Gallegos' district, Pink Rhino Cabaret. Councilman, do you want to hear a staff report on item 34?
I would like to hear a staff report, and we have members of the District 8 community who are here to provide comments as well.
Please.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Denise Archibald with the City Clerk Department. This request is for an ownership and location transfer of a Series 6 bar license from Tempe for a topless bar. This location was previously licensed for liquor sales and is currently operating with an interim permit. Consideration should be given only to the applicant's personal qualifications. Staff recommends disapproval of this application based on the police department recommendation for disapproval.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Detective Westfall from the Phoenix Police Department has done his analysis on it. Is Detective Westfall here? Please come forward if you wish to provide testimony. Make sure we get it on the record in case this goes to the State Liquor Board.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the time to allow me to speak on this matter. My name is Detective Westfall. I work for the Phoenix Police Department in the Mountain View Precinct. Mr. James Boyd is the sole applicant on the application for a location transfer for a Series 6 liquor license for the Pink Rhino Cabaret at 3613 East Van Buren Avenue. The Police Department recommends disapproval on this application based on the applicant's failure to meet the requirements set forth in ARS 4-203. Under the statute, a liquor license shall only be issued to an applicant who demonstrates a satisfactory showing that they are reliable, capable, and qualified to hold the liquor license. Mr. Boyd has a history with the Arizona Department of Liquor of buying distressed licenses that owe taxes to the Department of Revenue. He negotiates the taxes owed to a lower rate and then sells the license at a profit to another party. He is basically what I am terming a flipper of licenses. He currently does not own or operate any liquor businesses. During my investigation, it became apparent that there were possible hidden ownership interests. I met with the owner of the business next door to the Pink Rhino. This business in the past has partnered with the Pink Rhino to provide overflow parking for the cabaret. The owner stated he was approached by two men claiming to be the owners of Band-Aids, another strip club in Phoenix, and asked for a parking agreement. The owner stated he has never met the applicant, James Boyd. On February 9, 2016, I spoke with Mr. Lou Silverman. He is the attorney who represents the owner of the property at 3613 East Van Buren, also known as the Pink Rhino Cabaret. Mr. Silverman advised me he was contacted by a Mark Cummings. Mr. Cummings stated he needed to get a lease and a liquor license in place because he was facing a deadline and a license that was going to expire. A memorandum of lease was created in the name of Barton Holloway, which is Mr. Boyd's LLC. A full commercial lease has yet to be executed. Mr. Silverman stated he has never heard the name James Boyd and has personally never met him. This is significant because Band-Aids is owned by Creative Impact LLC. The members of this LLC are Mark S. Cummings, James Anzucci, and JZMC LLC. When I interviewed Mr. Boyd, he stated there was an interim permit in place but has yet to open the business at this time. He has no manager listed on the application to run the business. I asked Mr. Boyd if he was working with the owners of Band-Aids and was actually going to have them run the club. He stated he hadn't heard of them. On the last page of the operating agreement submitted for Barton Holloway LLC, Mr. Boyd's LLC, is the handwritten email address mscummings@gmail.com, which belongs to Mark S. Cummings, an owner of Band-Aids. Based on my investigation, I believe that James Boyd was not truthful in answering the questions on his application. I believe Mark Cummings and James Anzucci may be the hidden owners for the Pink Rhino Cabaret. Records from the Department of Liquor show they are not suitable owners or managers. Establishments under their control were found in violation of liquor laws, such as failure to protect the safety of patrons and failure to report an act of violence. Based on the aforementioned reasons, the applicant has failed to show that he is reliable, capable, or qualified, and the transfer of the liquor license for this establishment would not be in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very thorough report, Detective Westfall. I'll now call to the podium James Boyd, who is the applicant or claims to be the applicant. Mr. Boyd, you obviously have very serious allegations against you as it relates to this proposed liquor license by Detective Westfall from the Phoenix Police Department. This is your opportunity to put anything on you want us to consider and put it on the record for purposes of the Liquor Board as well. Please.
Thank you. Mayor Stanton and members of the council, my name is James W. Boyd, Jr., and I have been operating businesses in the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix for almost 50 years. For the last 30 of those years, the businesses have been in the liquor industry, and I've operated 4 different establishments within the city of Phoenix with liquor licenses, without a single complaint, without a single accusation, without a single incident, and without a single violation of any law whatsoever or any compliance action at the liquor department. There is no record of my name on file at the Phoenix Police Department. I have built a reputation for sound business dealings over the past 50 years. I met with Councilwoman Gallegos' Chief of Staff on Monday of this week. He informed me that even though this meeting has not yet taken place, that it's a fait accompli, the City Council will recommend disapproval of this license. I would like to ask the question, has anyone, any member of the council, bothered to look into the files at the Liquor Department or into the files at the Phoenix Police Department to investigate me to find out what the true facts are? Has any member of the council done that? Then I would challenge the council, and I would ask a member to step forward now and say that they can commit to me that they will make a thorough and honest investigation of my reputation, my qualifications, my capability, and my character to hold a liquor license in the city of Phoenix and the state of Arizona, because my reputation is unblemished. What the Phoenix Police Department has supplied to the City Council as a recommendation of disapproval is a character assassination. It's not grounded in fact. It's grounded in interviews with people who say they've never met me. It's based on accusations that are made about people whom I have never met or spoken with. I've held 4 licenses that your predecessors have all approved unanimously because my record speaks for itself. Today, I have all of a sudden become unqualified, with poor character, and not capable of holding a liquor license. So I ask you to please do an investigation. When you've done that investigation, I ask you to bring that record and make a statement into the record of the City Council, because the reason I'm here is not to change your mind on how you vote. It's to defend my reputation that I've spent 50 years building. Thank you very much.
Mr. Boyd, a quick question. So Detective Westfall made some very specific allegations against you. You've chosen to use your time here before this council to sort of generally stand upon your longstanding business record. Do you have any response to the specific allegations that were made against you by Detective Westfall? Again, I don't want to mischaracterize the councilwoman's representative about a fait accompli. I just think they were trying to provide you honest analysis that when our professional city staff and the Phoenix Police Department make such a strong recommendation of denial, your chances of success, I think they were giving you honest analysis, is probably not strong before this body. I was hoping you'd take the opportunity to give us more specifics.
I would love to answer any specific questions. I don't really know what claims they've made against me. They've made accusations, but
Detective Westfall just made a series of very specific allegations as to why the police department is recommending a denial of your liquor license.
Well, one of those things that she cited was that I had no meetings with the landlord of the property, but he instead said that he had dealt with a Mr. Mark Cummings, who I have never met, and was putting together a lease for Barton Holloway, Arizona, which is my LLC. Fact of the matter is, I hired an attorney, Harvey Yee, to handle the matter of that lease, and he's the one who's been handling it, which is why Mr. Silverman, I believe his name is, has never dealt with me. I'm trying to think of what the other accusation was.
You sent us a letter saying that we had not asked if you intended to operate Pink Rhino Cabaret as a topless cabaret. What is the business model you intend to pursue?
Well, first of all, someone correctly stated, I think it was Detective Westfall, that I am in the business primarily, although I've owned and operated liquor establishments, I am in the business of purchasing liquor licenses, holding on to them, and then reselling those licenses. And from time to time, I can enhance the value of those licenses by having them transferred into a certain location, and sometimes operating a business at that location. I can file an application for transfer of a liquor license, and I can have that license activated. I can then have that license immediately inactivated without ever operating the business, which, by the way, at this point in time, has an interim permit that allows it to operate, but it has not been reopened. And once that license has been enhanced in value by being transferred into a certain location, then I can decide to sell that license and make a greater profit than I had if I'd not gone through the transfer process.
So you do not intend to operate the Pink Rhino Cabaret?
I did not say that. But I will say this, that if I did operate the Pink Rhino Cafe, I would operate it the way I have operated the other 4 businesses that have had liquor licenses, and that is even though I have a management agreement and someone who's managing that club, I spend 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day at those clubs. So the statements that I have made on the forms are accurate and they are correct. Item 8 on the city's application is left blank because there are no parties with an interest in Barton Holloway, Arizona LLC, or in the profits of that business.
And can you tell us why you are qualified to operate a topless cabaret? Have you operated such a business in the past? You've operated other liquor licenses, but...
This is supposed to be an investigation into my qualifications to operate under a liquor license. And I have operated 4 businesses under liquor licenses without a single complaint over the last 30 years.
Wonderful. And have you had the chance to meet with any of the civic associations, any of your neighbors? Tell us about your neighborhood outreach.
There's been none.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next to provide testimony on this item is Ms. Chanel Poe. Ms. Chanel Poe serves on the Balls Elementary School District. I'm assuming you're here in the capacity as a school board member because the school area covers the where the Pink Rhino Cabaret is proposed to be located. Ms. Poe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chanel Poe, and I'm a governing board clerk for the Balch School District and also the president for the Arizona School Board Association Black Caucus. And I am here because the Gentlemen's Club is about 200 feet away from one of our schools and directly across the street from a residence that house many of our families. Needless to say that this establishment brings nothing good to our community. It's in close proximity of our homes next to our families and residents. It's unwanted traffic and irresponsible behaviors that can last up to 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. We have been able to breathe a sigh of relief since this establishment has been no longer open. But now it poses a threat to open, which means overcrowded parking lots and individuals spilling into apartment complexes parking. And individuals who are intoxicated adults from the establishment and other unwanted attention to our community. I am speaking against this liquor license being approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poe. Any questions? All right, how about Mary Moore, an active leader in the neighborhood surrounding this area? Ms. Moore, thank you for coming down. Good to see you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm also a member of the Balch Promise Neighborhood Advisory Council, and in the Balch District, which Crockett School is in the Balch District, and vice chair of the Gateway Reinvent Phoenix District Steering Committee. So I'm very familiar with this area, and over the years, when other liquor licenses have come forward, the residents and the neighborhood associations in this area have opposed those because of the effects on the community. And today I was also asked by Mario Martinez, who's the president of the Sky Harbor Neighborhood Association, to speak for them because they weren't able to have anyone appear here today, and they're also very opposed to this because they've worked so hard and continue to work so hard to improve their neighborhood and the community around them. And this is not something that will be beneficial or help them in any way, and would be a deterrent to all the efforts that their ongoing efforts if this transfer of ownership is approved. So just wanted to come and express that many of the residents in this area are concerned about this and are opposed to this. So thank you for the
Thank you very much,
opportunity.
Ms. Moore, for your coming down to give testimony and your longstanding leadership in the community. Kim Gomez, did you provide testimony on this item?
Hi, I'm Kimberly Gomes, and I am the property manager of Escala Central City Apartments that's directly across the street from the Pink Rhino. The owner built this family community to enhance the community, and since the Pink Rhino is closed, everything has calmed down. Our occupancy has gone way up. We now have a wait list to reside at our property. With the Pink Rhino opening its doors again, people are going to be fearful to live at our property, anything on 36th Street or on Van Buren, because there's gun shootings, prostitution, drug use. It's a big loss in revenue for us. Also, cleanup, security that we have to enhance just to protect our property. They have a lot of overflow traffic that comes and parks in our property. They've brought shootings into our property, chasing each other. We're cleaning up hype needles, drug paraphernalia on a daily basis on the weekends. So we oppose it. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gomez, for your testimony. I have no other cards on this item. Councilman Gallego, do you have a motion?
I do. I want to thank the community members for coming down to testify and Detective Westfall for a very diligent investigation. These liquor licenses are votes that I take very seriously, and I think our police department takes them very seriously as well. We've had many proprietors who have been very expensive for the city of Phoenix, and so we want to make sure that we have responsible proprietors who know how to manage alcohol and who can be good community neighbors. I move that the council recommend disapproval of item 48 based on a police department recommendation for disapproval with concerns on the applicant's capability, reliability, and qualifications because of evidence suggesting hidden ownership.
All right, we have a motion. Councilman Williams has seconded that motion. Any additional comments by members of this council?
Mayor? Mayor, members of the council, just
Please.
wanted to clarify, it's item 34, is that correct?
Item 34. Okay. I apologize. What did I say?
48. Sorry.
Okay, so item 34, the motion is for disapproval for the reasons stated by Councilman Gallego, seconded by Councilman Williams. Any additional comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the motion for disapproval of liquor license application passes unanimously. We'll now move on to ordinances, resolutions, and new business. Do we have a motion to suspend the rules to take certain items out of order?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion to suspend the rules and take items 36, 37, and 48 out of order, hearing items 36 and 37 first, and holding item 48 until the end of the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we'll suspend the rules in the order that the Vice Mayor indicated. Do we move right on to item 36, correct? Okay. Item 36 is the selection of our Vice Mayor. Do we have a motion?
I have a motion.
Now, Vice Mayor, do you have a motion? Vice Mayor.
I do have a motion. First, I'd like to just make a quick comment. Since being elected and taking office in January 2012, I've worked with this team to create a safe community and a strong economy, and that didn't change when I was fortunate to take on the added responsibility of being Vice Mayor. A year ago, I really appreciated the responsibility, and I want to thank my colleagues for placing that responsibility on me a year ago. It is a year term. As the Vice Mayor, some of the responsibilities is to fill in for Mayor Stanton, to conduct a meeting, to perhaps be in an event to represent the city of Phoenix when the mayor couldn't. And I have to say, there weren't a whole lot of these opportunities, and that's a credit to Mayor Stanton. He's everywhere, and so thanks a lot. No, honestly, Mayor, that is a credit to you. It is time to select a new Vice Mayor, and I can say that I can make the case for any one of my colleagues up here, and that is a true credit and testament to my colleagues. I will make the case and make the motion for someone who I think is incredibly deserving, who is a very strong advocate and council member for their district and is a strong representative of the city of Phoenix. And it is my honor to make the motion for our next vice mayor. I make a motion to elect Kate Gallego from District 8 as our next vice mayor for the one-year term.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. I'll turn it in a moment to any other council members that might have comments. Only to say that Vice Mayor Valenzuela, you've done an outstanding job as Vice Mayor. These meetings sometimes get heated. We've dealt with a lot of very, very difficult issues, and you have helped me tremendously to make sure that we keep decorum, both among folks testifying from the community as well as among the council members. We've had to change council rules and do things, our business, a little bit differently. You've led the way in terms of making sure that process has gone as smoothly as possible, and have always done an outstanding job representing your office, your district, and now in your role as vice mayor, the city as a whole, whenever you've represented this council out in the community. I really, really appreciate that, and you've always made yourself available, sometimes on short notice when I've had to cancel. The role that you've played is very, very much appreciated. Councilwoman Gallego, I know, is going to do a great job as vice mayor, assuming this goes very, very smoothly. Both of you have been super, super active in the community. The city of Phoenix is well served by your service and will be well served by Councilwoman Gallego and her outstanding leadership, assuming this vote goes the right direction. Any other comments by members of this council before we vote on vice mayor? All right, Councilman Waring off the microphone made a sarcastic comment.
No one believes that.
Not about you. No. All right. With that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that motion passes 6-2, I believe. 6-2. Congratulations, Councilwoman Gallego. Do you have any comments?
Thank you so much. Looking forward to serving as vice mayor. I have big shoes to fill. Vice Mayor Valenzuela has presided over billions of dollars of economic activity, welcomed people from across the world to our fair city, and run some very important council meetings. So I look forward to filling in, and thank you to everyone for being here today.
Thank you very much. It's going to be fun. Next item on the agenda is item number 37. 37 has to do with proposed reappointment of our outstanding municipal court judges. Vice Mayor, well, and by the way, you get to keep the role for the remainder of this meeting. I think as soon as this meeting's done, that's when the official changing occurs.
We'll let Kate take over here for the last item. I'm just joking.
All right, do you have a current Vice Mayor? Do you have a motion on item 37?
Motion to approve item 37.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, can we do a voice vote on that, or is that roll call? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those pass unanimously. Congratulations to our municipal court judges for the full support of this city council. Continue with excellent work. I think we'll have an official swearing in. Is that today, or is that another time? The actual swearing in part? Is that another? That's the next meeting, I think. Okay. Thank you so very much. Next item on the agenda is going to be starting with 35. Vice Mayor, do we have an omnibus motion? We're going to hold 48 till the end of the agenda.
Yes, we do, Mayor. Stand by one moment.
I don't know if we have an omnibus starting with item 35.
Yeah, a motion to approve items 35 and 38 through 89, except the following items. Items 38G, 38J, 38Q, 56, 57, 65, 66, 67, 88, and 89. Item 46 is as corrected. Item 68 has been withdrawn. Item 54 is being requested to be continued to May 18, 2016. And item 87 is being requested to be continued to December 7, 2016, and excluding these items for public comment. 52, 54, 56, 57, 63, and 64.
And 87, please.
And 87.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that.
Let's hold out 87 then, and don't do it as part of the omnibus. We'll just do it as a separate item. Okay. That is the motion. Is there a second on the motion? Are there any cards on those items? Okay. Any comments by members of the council on the omnibus? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. So those items pass unanimously. Vice Mayor, what is the next item on our agenda?
Item 38G.
All right, so item 38G is part of the payment ordinance. Item 38G is proposed payment to the Water Reuse Research Foundation. Councilman Nowakowski, did you have comments as it relates to 38G?
You know, Mayor, I like to combine G and J together if possible.
That's perfectly fine with me, Vice Mayor. Okay. Councilman Nowakowski, G and G both are payments to water organizations. One is payment to the Water Reuse Research Foundation. The other is payment to the Western Urban Water Coalition. Does anyone?
Can I just restate my motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve items 38G and item 38J.
We have motion. Is that okay with the seconder of the motion? Yes. Councilman Nowakowski, do you have comments on G and or J?
Yes, Mayor. You know, I've been noticing that we have a lot of memberships with the Water Department for different organizations out there. I haven't had a chance to sit down and talk to the Water Department to figure out how many memberships we have out there, what's the cost per year for these memberships. So I just want to make sure that it's not being redundant of all these different memberships. So I'd like to continue this till the next meeting so I can get some of those answers, those questions answered.
Councilman Nowakowski has asked for a continuance of 38G and J in order to get kind of more comprehensive information as to memberships that are memberships that are paid out of our water rate. And, our Water Services Director is here. Are these timely in any regard, or if we continue them, does that present a problem with the memberships of any of these organizations?
Mayor,
Ms. Sorensen.
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, that's not a problem. We can take the time to brief you.
Okay, we have a motion to continue to what date? We need to pick a date?
Yeah,
March 23rd? Do we have a second on a continuance? Second. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 38Q.
Second.
We have a motion in favor of 38Q. We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passes on a 7-1 vote. Next item, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 52.
We have a motion in favor of 52. We have a second. Do we have any cards on 52?
Yes, Mayor.
Just one. Okay. Okay, item 52 is an item for a request for proposals for operation of a cafe in the Burton Bar Central Library. Rocky Hanish, you marked both in favor and neutral. You should provide testimony for this council on this item. The motion is in favor of the staff recommendation. Mr. Hanish? You wait till 50? Oh, wait time. Okay, got it. Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Noakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Yes. Mayor Stanton.
Yes. Next item, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 56.
Second.
I'm sorry. Motion to approve item 54.
Oh, I thought,
Sorry. Is it continuing? To,
I did too. Which item are we on?
motion to continue item 54 to May 18th.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to continue 54. We have a second. We have members here to provide testimony, but because it's a motion to continue, does anyone, any of these cards, Mr. Karen Bear or Bramley Paulin, wish to provide testimony on the issue of continuance? Okay, thank you so much. So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 56.
Second.
We have a motion in favor of 56. We have a second. Councilman Gallego, do you have comments on this as a proposed IDA issuance of $9 million of bonds to Ridgeline Academy?
I have some questions for staff.
Please.
So we have a real interest in community safety, and because a lot of these charter school votes do not go through a traditional process, just want to make sure that we've checked, and I have been able to speak with a local elected official who is firmly in support, but do we have any concerns on the safety side here?
Mayor, Councilman Gallego, there were no concerns. This is an acquisition. There's no construction involved in this facility.
Wonderful. And we've had some of these votes in the past, and it's just been frustrating because 2 weeks later you read in the newspaper that there were a lot of issues, and so trying to be very diligent as we move forward. I think that some of my colleagues may also have questions, but that was the question that was on my mind.
Thank you very much, Councilman Gallego. Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments on item 56? Councilman Pastor, please.
I was just curious, because last time I thought we had developed a process of safety and a number of things, and I'm bringing up the last applicant that was here to ask for funding, and the question was posed, do you have neighborhood support and community support? And the answer was yes. And then 2 weeks later, I noticed on TV there was no support. It was very divided, and the city council was voting on it. So I'm just curious, how do we go about making sure that it's secure and that others are wanting those items in their neighborhood?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, we have done 3 things. The first is we have checked with the streets department, and they have indicated that they, when the facility originally went into operation some number of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, they worked through issues, operational issues with the school to the satisfaction of the street transportation department. I think the second area is we checked with the council office to learn if they had received any specific comments as it relates to the safety and operation of the campus. The indication from District 2 is that they have not. And then the third is that we asked the applicant to come represent themselves, to speak to the work that they do in the community, to answer your specific questions. They have indicated that they indeed believe they have the support of the community, but Mr. Salgado has asked them to come down and speak. I believe they are one of the cards that the mayor would have, and then they could speak directly to the application.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions by members of this council? All right, we had a motion and a second already, I believe. Okay, so now we'll take cards on the item. Jason Klonsky? Kolowski, darn it, thank you. You wish to provide testimony, followed by Terry Warren, followed by Leonard Clark. Good to see you. Thanks for coming down.
Is the microphone on? Hi, Jason Klonowski, board member of Ridgeline Academy. I've been there since its inception at this location a little over 4 years ago. And I can tell you, because I was intimately involved in the construction process, that we did go to great lengths to ensure that traffic and safety were dealt with in a manner that the city saw fit, and that, you know, we as board members and community community members saw fit to ensure the safety of our children. We went to the extra effort of spending an extra $300,000 to construct a private road that would allow over 1,200 feet of queuing on our property, so that there wouldn't be any overrun into North Valley Parkway. And we continue to have a very positive and working relationship to the city with any traffic issues that come up, although I can't say that I know of any recently. There is some development, you know, coming around us that may bring some additional traffic, but, you know, to date, we know of no concerns that the city has brought, you know, in the recent past.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Terry Warren, did you provide testimony? You're all good? And then how about Leonard Clark?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Leonard Clark. I appreciate your letting me speak today. You know and I know that I usually oppose all of these, and I will today, even though the people are beautiful people wanting to educate our community, and I have no doubt that they are conscientious in what they are doing and what you're doing. I know that, you know, nationally this is what's going on. I mean, the president, Arne Duncan, Hillary, they all like these charter schools, corporate charter schools. So I understand you're being conscientious, and I understand you and Hillary Clinton and all the other conservative Republicans really like these things. So I'm not attacking you. And in fact, the Arizona Education Association, they're not here either, so they never are. I've told them about it. I'm the one person screaming on the hilltop, and you guys put up with it, so I really thank you. I guess I'll be the one person that just speaks out against Rome when, you know, when they say do what they do in Rome. Well, I don't agree with you, because in corporate charter schools, they can say they have a board, but it is a corporate board. It is not a parentally elected school board. In the democratic American tradition, if you as a parent have a complaint, you go before a corporate board, and I'm sorry, I will have to disagree, but their bottom line is the profit. Now, they may say they're not for profit, and maybe this case, this school is, but generally they have a management firm that runs it for profit. So I know you're all going to vote unanimously, and I understand this is what Hillary wants and what the conservative Republicans want. So thank you, my conservative Democratic friends, for being very bipartisan. I appreciate it, but I'm against this, and I still thank the people for trying to get a good education for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. And I just want to alleviate any confusion. Hillary Clinton has not submitted a card on this item. All right, so are there any other comments on this item? We have a motion in favor. We have a second. Was there, please come forward. I missed it, but please come forward, Ms. Barker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Diane Barker, District 7. And after listening to Mr. Clark, I just wanted to add this. There is comment nationally looking into charter schools to see if they're really diversified. Apparently, there have been statistics, I can't provide them today, but from the article I was reading, that they're pretty white-based. And I've asked, here in the city, we're very diverse. That's why I love living in Phoenix. And I know you, Mayor, and the council have voted for many things to create this atmosphere. I've asked, even in the IDA, is the people that request this money to build these schools, what is it ethnically? You know, and is it outreach to other people outside of white people that traditionally are getting this money? So I want to submit that in regards to support to Mr. Clark being a lone voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. Okay, we have a motion in favor of the item. We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Gallego.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passed unanimously. Next item on the agenda, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 57.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I apologize. 57 is next?
57 is next.
That is my mistake. Okay, Councilman, this is in Councilman Nowakowski's district.
Right,
I apologize.
thank you.
It's a zoning, it's a proposed development agreement in District 7. Councilman Mankowski, I don't know if you had any comments before we take the cards on the item.
Mayor, can we actually hear the cards first?
Okay, please. Sorry about that. All right, first, I have a series of cards on item 57. Again, item 57 is a proposed development agreement with Derby Roosevelt Row. Sean Sweat. And then followed by Chelsea Smith. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Stephen Earl, okay, I'm sorry. Stephen Earl represents the applicant. We had agreed to allow him to go first. I think you have a short PowerPoint. Then we'll give the members of the public an opportunity to either give general comments or respond to the information provided by Mr. Earl. Mr. Earl, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Then it's Sean Sweat.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. For your record, my name is Stephen Earl, address 3101 North Central. I'm here today on behalf of Amstar McKinley, who will be the developer and owner of this project at the northwest corner of 2nd Street and McKinley in the Evans-Churchill Character District of the downtown. This is an image of the project. It's going to be a 19-story residential and commercial retail on the first floor. After the first floor, there's 4 levels of parking and an amenity at the next level, and then the following all the way up will be living units that we call micro units. This next slide shows the various levels of the building. The first shows the retail commercial element on the base floor that activates the downtown and activates both McKinley and 2nd. And then above that first level, there'll be the levels of parking that are inside the structure, and the next series of floors all the way from 5 to 19 are what are called micro living units that are fully furnished. I'll show just a few quick slides of what they're going to look like. We're very excited about this project. We've worked closely with Councilman Nowakowski's office since last August and with staff. There's a staff report, I believe, in favor of this development agreement. This again is the image. You can see on the top of the roof of the project there will be another amenity area as well as the one on the 6th floor. This actually in the heart of the Roosevelt area, and that's why it's called the Derby on Roosevelt Row. There's numerous restaurants, cultural venues, education, huge employment areas, the ASU campuses, the biomedical campus, convention center, and sports venues within walking distance. So this is truly a downtown venue that's close to light rail and in a walkable area. These show the sophisticated modern design elements. This is the main level. These are just illustrations of the quality level of materials, including granite, hardwoods, tile that will be utilized on the main level. These are other materials from hardwoods to tile to granite. This is the actual 6th level, which shows some of the amenities that are being proposed here, which includes the clubhouse, a fitness facility, an outdoor pool, and a computer area. These are images of the quality level at that level with fireplaces and other building materials that are at the highest level. This is the fitness facility itself that's on that same floor. This is the roof deck that will also house fireplace, barbecues, seating areas, and spectacular downtown views, which will be covered, partially covered. Again, these are materials associated with that. This is the unit itself. These are called micro units. They are very popular in major metropolitan areas. This is the first of its kind in Phoenix. But they have been very successful in New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, and other major metropolitan areas. They're obviously small. They're an average of 400 square feet, which means the living room becomes, when the Murphy bed is pulled down, a couch becomes a bed. There's a kitchen facility in each one. There's a very highly designed bathroom area and closet. So again, that's the overall project. Now, as I've indicated, your report indicates the level of cooperation that we've engaged in with the city in terms of overall economic benefits associated with this project. In addition, we've dealt with a couple of things that I want to put on the record. The first is parking. There was a serious concern registered by some that we were parking with our parking garage at about 0.5 parking spaces per unit. And there was a concern that even though this has been designed and utilized throughout the country at sometimes zero parking because of the nature of a mature light rail system in downtown area, because we're not quite at that mature level, there was concern that perhaps we wouldn't be able to have sufficient parking. We're parked based on a very thorough parking study at 0.5 per unit, but we've entered into, in part of the development agreement negotiations, will be to have a very careful scrutiny period from the C of O forward, where we report on the lease-up provisions and every unit and every car registered to every tenant, so that if there's ever a point when we are wrong, despite the fact that we believe we're absolutely right, there's ever a point when we might be wrong, we've got 91 spaces that we release at market rate. So every space, and these are obviously micro units that have one person. So that we've agreed on that. Plus, we've agreed to offer $30,000 to the city's downtown's parking study and solutions, so that, and we're also dealing with on-street parking. We're improving the on-street parking around our site. In addition, we've listened both at the subcommittee hearing and in subsequent meetings about a serious desire for projects in the downtown to include a workforce housing component. And so after studying this very carefully and working with Councilman Nowakowski's office and listening to the folks in the Evans-Churchill character area, we are now offering, as a part of any negotiations over a development agreement, to include not only that parking element, which I just mentioned, but a workforce housing element. We're going to set aside 10 of these units for 5 years at a rent capped at only $840. The normal rents in these will be in the $1,200 and above range, but we're going to cap 10 of these units for 5 years at $840, which is a affordable rent structure for workforce housing. The details of how these units will be, who the tenants will be in these units will be worked out during the development agreement negotiations. I'd be glad to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Earl. Are there any questions for Mr. Earl? Obviously, there may be additional questions, so you know the drill. Stay nearby in case additional questions come up. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Earl. I mentioned earlier that the next speaker then will be Sean Sweat. Sean Sweat will be followed by Karen Baer.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sean Sweat in St. Croix, here in downtown, 100 East Fillmore Street. So I'll start with this. This development is very well designed. Its quality, I think what we just saw in the PowerPoint was excellent. It's got vehicular access through the alley. It's got urban parking ratios, ground floor retail, really good density. I really do support this project. As you might know, I also authored a petition for workforce housing, which Mr. Earl is referring to be included in this development agreement. The goal for that was 100 signatures, and we have 225 at the moment. So apparently people are interested in this. So this petition, as well as letters from multiple organizations, asked for 5% of the building to be made available at half price for the duration of the GIPLET. And what I've learned from this petition and the conversations is that many people think that ask was too small. If you read through some of the comments on the petition, there are comments such as Mark Leimer said either do 10% workforce housing at 50% reduction or no public subsidy at all. Someone else, I think this might break the business model, but someone else said if they want a taxpayer subsidy, 75% of these units should be half off. That probably won't work. But it tells you what the public sentiment is towards the public benefit that we're looking for in exchange for public subsidies. So, and in addition, some organizations also wouldn't sign on to the letter that we initially sent last week because it wasn't asking for enough. So as for the parking contract, I think this developer knows what they're doing. They have projects in other cities, and the design that I see, it looks really good, and I don't think we should be forcing an insurance policy on them. I know it makes staff uncomfortable because it's a different thing than we've done in Phoenix before, but it is a cost to them, and when the public needs workforce housing instead. So now, parking is a complex issue. I'm not going to have enough time to tackle at the mic today, but I and my organization, a Thunderdome neighborhood organization, believe that this parking contract is the wrong approach. So to bring it all together, we would ask that the parking contract be removed from the development in order to increase the workforce housing element just a little bit, even if it's just one more or two more units, because as you can see, the public sentiment was really asking for more. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sweat, for your testimony and your active leadership in the downtown area. Karen Baer, followed by Chelsea Smith.
Hi, I wanted to give my time to Bramley. I was hoping my card would come
Oh, I
up
apologize. Who
afterwards.
do you want to give your time to?
Bramley Pollen.
Okay, then please come forward. Bramley?
Thank you.
Go ahead if you need it. She's ceded you some time, so if you need a little additional time, that'll be fine.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Bramley Pollen. I'm here to speak in opposition to the GPLET portion of this project. As you already know, a GPLET is a gift to a select few developers that receive an abatement on their property taxes. By granting this tax abatement, this gift unfairly shifts the property tax burden onto the rest of the surrounding property owners and homeowners in the immediate area. This gift creates a substantial tax shift to surrounding properties in the downtown area by artificially inflating everyone else's property taxes. The shifting of this tax benefit benefits a very few at the expense of many. Here is a project that is being proposed at a time and a place when in an economic climate where downtown Phoenix is the hottest environment for multifamily developments. This developers are lining up to create housing developments. The city must stop gifting tax abatements to a select few developers for projects that are not warranted or needed in these very strong market conditions. This project does not provide any return benefit such as grocery store, the preservation of historic buildings, certainly not affordable housing, but rather it's just another multifamily project. There are too many multifamily projects that have been developed, under construction, or planned that will not receive a tax abatement gift, providing this project as an unfair advantage. At the subcommittee, council members requested that this GPLET be reevaluated and redefined in the terms. So I ask, what has changed? I look at the report in your packet, and it looks exactly the same. And so I asked staff if they could be very specific, and then I would like to follow up.
Okay, I don't know if there is the question that Mr. Pollen was asking was from a previous iteration to now, have there been significant changes? Is that basically the gist of your question? I'll make sure that to the best of our ability we can answer that question.
For clarification, this matter went before the Downtown Aviation Redevelopment Subcommittee, and at that time there was a motion and vote to reevaluate and relook at the terms of the GPLET. I look at the staff report from then and the staff report here on this matter, and it looks identical.
Okay, and maybe I can take a first run at that. I think with working with Councilman Nowakowski's office, that he had recommended that as part of the development agreement there be some changes to the parking plan so it can better support a district-wide parking plan, which is a huge issue, and then also that there be included a certain number of affordable units. That's above and beyond what staff recommended. I think that was negotiated with Councilman Nowakowski's office. Any beyond those two things, any additional items that have changed from when this item was proposed to subcommittee?
Mayor, no. We carried forward the item from subcommittee as approved 4-0 on their agenda.
Okay, Mr. Pollen, do you fix your judgment?
Just so I'm clear, do I understand that in the staff report today, it has in there affordable units, and some changes to the
No, I'll
parking.
make sure it's clear. That is not staff recommendation. That's the recommendation that Councilman Nowakowski is making to his colleagues on the council. So that's above and beyond the recommended development. That's beyond what the staff was recommending. Is a district-wide parking solution, or not a complete solution, but helping the district-wide parking issues plus requirement of some more affordable units in this project. That's Councilman Nowakowski.
Thank you for the clarification. Just in summary, or to finalize, I just ask that either this motion be continued until the GPLIT portion can be reevaluated or denied. It is unnecessary. It's an unfair advantage to other projects and developers, and it is gifting away tax dollars that everybody else has to pay. If 12 people go to a restaurant and one person doesn't pay, somebody has to make up the difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. As long as you're up here, I know as part of our requirement now, we, in order for staff to recommend development agreements of this nature, that developers have to work with Phoenix Elementary School District to make sure that there is no loss to the public education. Chris Mackey is here. I don't know if you can expound upon that.
Yes, Mayor, I'd be happy to. This applicant did work with Phoenix Elementary School District, and we have received a copy of a letter from Phoenix Elementary School District where they are in support of the development moving forward. So the developer did work out an individual contract, and over the 25-year period of time, we'll pay $372,000 to Phoenix Elementary School District. On top of that, as soon as the excise tax starts, which is in year 9, all the school districts receive 73% of the excise tax. As an example, in year 9, the excise tax starts at $123,410, of which the school districts divide that among the 73%, and the others are divided up among the other taxing jurisdictions.
All right, thank you very much. The only reason I want to make sure you get on the record is because these proposals are often very dynamic, and there's a lot of financial analysis that goes into it. It's not, sometimes people present a very simplistic view that this is wiping away taxes, et cetera, and the truth is more complex than that. And we want to make sure that to the best of our ability, we give the public the whole picture. Mr. Blue?
All I would mention is, Mayor, currently taxes, I believe, of the last year were $14,000 on this piece of property, which has been vacant since 1979. And while we are not here to opine in the negative as to what could or will not happen, at a density of 650 units to the acre, we believe the benefits are financially and materially accrue to the value of downtown broadly, greater than if the property was left as a vacant lot or as low-density, single-story development.
And certainly, Phoenix Elementary School District will benefit from year 1. There will be no delay in the additional resources for Phoenix L. Okay.
Mayor, I think it's also important to note as we look moving forward, this development will pay $7.7 million to the city of Phoenix in lease taxes, in excise tax, in rental tax, and land leases that come forward. So it's certainly not paying anything to the city. It is a significant investment that it's making in the city in taxes years 1 through 25.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Paul, if you're ever interested in learning more, at least from our professional staff perspective, about the dynamic financial arrangements, I think our staff would be more than willing to meet with you just to get a better sense of the totality of how these agreements actually work. So we don't want to paint with too broad of a brush one way or another. Each agreement kind of tells its own story.
Mayor, thank you for the offer, but clearly staff is misrepresenting the facts. Sure, this is vacant land, but there's lots of vacant land that will someday be developed. Some of it is being developed now without GPLETs. This is not a windfall by any means. There is a net loss to taxes, and I would invite you, the mayor, and the rest of the council to a subcommittee meeting where we could talk about GPLETs, and we can bring in all the tax experts that will show for sure there's a net loss. And the burden goes on to the rest of these people here that have property in the area.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm guessing we'll actually take you up on that to do even more to explain to council members and the public the dynamic nature of these proposals. Chelsea Smith, did you provide testimony? Good to see you. And then followed by Rocky Hanish. Ms. Smith.
Hi, like I said, my name is Chelsea Smith, and I am a resident of the Evans Churchill neighborhood, just 2 blocks actually south of where the Derby Roosevelt Road project is being developed. I'm here today because I think I support the project, but I also think that there should be a benefit to the public in return for granting the proposed tax subsidy. I want to see a diverse downtown, and that comes with income diversity as well. And so I just wanted to voice my opinion that I support making 5% of the units offered in the Derby at half price for the duration of the subsidy, just a condition of the GPLET agreement. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Rocky Hanish.
Thank you, Council. My name is Rocky Hanish. I'm a Phoenician local and designer. I'd just like to express that I think anytime a dense project comes across our desk as a community, we should support it. I would agree on the point of mixed use and there being a grocery. There's a severe lack of food service in that neighborhood. So on that point, I think any project that is adding density and affordability to that neighborhood would be important, very important. But it seems like the discount on rent could be more broadly spread over multiple units. It seems like 10 units would not make that much of an impact on the neighborhood. It's largely students using these micro units, which are very popular now in the market. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haley Ritter. I saw her earlier. Did she have to go? Haley? All right, I'll call her again at the end as well. How about Dee Dee Barker, Diane Barker? Followed by Benjamin Hall.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm in District 7, and I like my councilman's ideas on this, and I signed Sean's petition. So I am for giving a benefit for the city giving this tax credit. However, I think that living downtown, and I live in a building that the city invested in a community investment grant, and they may have given one of these giblets, but I think that maybe you might consider even more than 5%, and I'll tell you why. In this building, there are seniors, and it was built for persons with disabilities. It's called the Lofts, and it was built in 2012. We have 20% that's market rent. And I can tell you, give you concrete examples, the market rent went to persons that were younger, and some of them were students. And the problems, more than one, have come from this younger group. And had not the seniors spoken in a very concrete manner to management that's there only 3 days a week, if they're even there, is that we would have had these problems, and we would have had problems with people that are coming in the garbage cans or living outside the door. We have not only cleaned our place inside and outside, but what I'm saying to you is the downtown needs to be diverse. You need to have different ages. You need to have people that are seniors, even though you're building it a lot for a youthful, artsy area. Well, I'll tell you something. Some of we seniors can do cartwheels around the 20-year-olds, okay? So I want you to remember to keep this diverse, no age discrimination, and the value of empty nesters and seniors in these properties.
All right, thank you very much. Benjamin Hall?
Hi.
Oh, Haley, good to see you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for letting me speak on this. I put neutral on my card because I have a lot of mixed feelings about this project. It looks like a great plan as far as affordable housing. Well, not necessarily affordable, I take that out of my statement, but housing for students and perhaps snowbirds that want to come in and use their units as lockers for their storage while they're not here. I hope that the affordable part of this equation involves a lot of the units as less than $800 a month. I think that's a lot more affordable than $1,200 for a 400 square unit apartment. I know that I wouldn't want to pay that much. So with that, as per the Complete Streets Ordinance, there needs to be plenty of bicycle infrastructure surrounding this. Did I do something wrong?
You did not.
Okay.
Councilmember, I think, has joined the meeting by phone. That's what happened.
Okay. Hi,
This is Bill Gates.
Thank you, Councilman.
Hi, Mr. Gates.
Thank you.
How are you doing today? Glad you
Good.
could join us.
Thank you.
Anyway, so I appreciate the fact that there's going to be a lot of people, if it is indeed affordable, that will be getting around without cars, and I'm glad that the parking has been reduced for that reason. There needs to be a lot of waist-high, N-shaped bicycle parking for this project, if indeed it does go through, because I know that the little racks that are on the ground, like 4 inches off the ground, don't do shit for riding a bicycle. So I apologize for my foul language, but there needs to be good
You
surrounding.
get one free pass on that, but not a second one.
I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I still love all of you here today, and I hope you know that, even the people I don't know. So thank you so much. Please make this include bicycle lanes around the area in all the overlay projects and whatnot. I know a lot of the sewage in the city needs to be addressed. So with that, good bicycle infrastructure is always my #1 priority. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ritter. Mr. Benjamin Hall, did you provide testimony? Good to see you.
Hi. I want to speak on behalf, just to sort of clarify, micro housing units do exist here in Phoenix. We have a project called Containers on Grand. And I also own and developed a project called Whitestone Studios about 2 blocks away from Containers on Grand. One of the bigger challenges as a developer I've came across is the ability to provide affordable housing on new construction. A lot of these smaller infill projects, the numbers don't pencil out unless you have subsidies or government help. I think the G-Plat being used in this position is an excellent opportunity for the other developers who cannot privately afford affordable housing or build affordable housing for the area. Just some rough numbers as what they've proposed. I'm excited about the design. I'm excited about the density on the footprint of the existing lot. But I don't even think 5% is adequate enough. They have 14 floors of residence units. That's 168 units. They're bringing in roughly 168,000 a month, a little over $2 million a year. Over, say, 30 years, that's $60 million. An $8 million savings from a G-Plat would really equate roughly to 8 units being free over 30 years. If it was a $500 cost, that should be at least 15 or 16 units that should be considered as affordable. And that would be more of a 10% than 5%. So on that, just saying, I think this is a great opportunity for us to, as a city, to use the G-Plat where some developers can't quite meet the demands of the particular area.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. I have no other cards on this item. Anyone else here wishing to testify on item 57, a proposed development agreement with Derby Roosevelt Row? All right, with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Nowakowski.
Thank you, Mary. And I just want to let everyone know that this is going to be an amazing urban development, and it's a sure sign that Phoenix is really growing up, that we're acting like the 6th largest city in the country. You know, this micro units are a new real estate trend throughout the country, and it's been very successful in large cities. And I'm optimistic that it's going to work out here, too, in the city of Phoenix. I believe that the downtown core is moving in the right direction when we talk about using less cars. But at this time, people still love to drive in downtown Phoenix. And I really want to thank the developer for helping out with the parking solution and also looking at the outcome of, I believe it's going to be a win-win situation for everyone. I believe that reducing the rent for 10 units are going to help us really look at a new trend when it comes to G-Plats. We're going to start looking for workforce housing, affordable type of housing in downtown Phoenix. And I do agree 100%. The whole diversity in downtown Phoenix is what makes us unique, and it's a cool, funky place to live, right? And I think that's going to help out. So in the future, I really believe that the city of Phoenix, working with my colleagues, and I know that Kate Gallegos and myself that represent downtown, really want to make sure that it continues to be diverse. I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 57 as presented with the following two additions. A financial contribution of $30,000 to the City of Phoenix to assist in creating a parking study or a solution for the downtown parking. Also, a workforce housing component within the project that will include 10 units for 5 years rent as a single occupant rental with a cap of $840 a month, with details to be set forward in the development agreement. That's my motion, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second on that motion. I'll turn to members of the council if they have any questions or comments. My only question is, typically in affordable housing context is when developers are trying to get tax credits through the state or the City of Phoenix Housing Department so that they can achieve either a complete affordable housing project or a certain percentage of units. Often there is income requirements associated with that, that if they're going to get the reduced rent, you have to prove income eligibility. This is a unique for us that we're trying to use GIPLET as the mechanism to achieve affordability. I think it's necessarily a bad model. And I guess we're going to be negotiating this in the contract. I assume that the intent of the councilman is to ensure that in addition to creating the more affordable units, that we have income requirements, and we won't be able to monitor it very well because we're doing development agreement maybe with the developer, that there be guarantees of income requirements that are consistent with the typical applications for state affordable housing tax credits. I know we're going to have to figure out how to crack that nut. Otherwise, this is rent control, and the City of Phoenix has never done rent control.
Mayor, that's a great point. As I understand it from speaking to Mr. Earl, we'll be working that out through the development agreement process. I think what they were interested in is being able to provide housing for individuals who work in downtown and meet that median household and meet that median income. So we'll be working those details out with them. We'll leave that in the private developer's hands. That won't be something that's controlled by the city, but we will work on those terms through the development agreement that allow those opportunities.
And I know Councilman Nowakowski, I'm sure agrees with what I'm saying, that he's going to work with them as well to ensure that the units are actually occupied by people who meet the affordability requirements, so it meets the purpose for which we're trying to accomplish this. The only thing I'd just add is, as mayor of the city, in 2013, there was a front page article in our paper of record, the Arizona Republic, and the very first paragraph of that article said, if Phoenix is going to attract more professionals to the city center, it needs to shift direction from building so many affordable housing projects and focus on higher-end development, according to a council member who formerly served on this city council. It wasn't too many years ago where the concern of the community, not necessarily the same people in this room, was that too much of the development was in the affordability category and we weren't getting as much market rate units in our downtown. Just a couple, not that long ago, we had one heck of a Donnybrook about whether or not on city-owned land we would have affordable senior housing right in the heart of Roosevelt Row. We had one heck of a debate about whether or not we should have affordable senior housing in that unit. This is the great part about representing downtown. You get a diversity of opinion on so many issues. It's part of a great downtown is to have a clash of values about what is important. You hear that there's probably not not everyone agrees about whether or not we should use GIPLET, which is normally gap financing for projects around the heart of the city, as a way to create affordability. I love that there's more advocates for quality affordable housing in our city. This council is very, very strong on building affordability. In so many cases showing courage in supporting affordable housing projects in neighborhoods that probably in the past weren't very open to affordable housing projects. This council has been strong on these issues. I'm glad the councilman took the lead on this particular project and struck, I think, a good balance, but I think it's something through probably the subcommittee process we're really going to have to think about is our philosophy as it relates to utilization of the GIPLET tool as a tool to create affordable housing, because it doesn't fit neatly into the normal toolbox of affordable housing, which is normally tax credits and working with some of the great nonprofits like Native American Connections or UMOM or some of the other groups that have really applied successfully for utilizing the tax credit tax credit program. I brought up the issue of income qualifications because I know that's not normally our bailiwick when it comes to our economic development department and it relates to this project. So I think the intent is great. They're right on. We need more advocates for quality, affordable housing in our city. That's a good direction to go in. But it's just interesting, having been around the block a while, that we're having this debate at this particular time. I think it's a sign of generally the success of our downtown generally, that we're having this kind of a disagreement and a clash. So it's really a testament to the people of this community, our staff, and of course the council members who represent downtown. I'll certainly be supporting Councilman Nowakowski's motion. Any additional comments by members of this council? Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilman Nowakowski for his leadership on this issue. I think it's important when we look at these GIPLET deals that we look at community benefits. This one was carefully negotiated. I think probably not, there's no one person who got exactly what he or she wanted, but it's a compromise, and so we move forward with that and really just continue to ask hard questions about what we want to accomplish and what is our vision. This project, I hope, will play also an important role in our biosciences campus. It's not what it's designed for, but I am excited about furnished housing for people who might come in. We have world-class facilities like the Cancer Center, TGen, and others where people who might be in a health crisis might need to be at our campus area for a sustained amount of time, and I'm hopeful that they will have a great, safe place to stay in these facilities. For me, when we do something like the Bioscience Campus, it's not just about the buildings that are on the campus, but about the surrounding ecosystem and making sure that we have all of the infrastructure we need to capture that value, whether it be spin-off businesses from the campus or a great place for people to stay while they're getting life-saving treatment. So I think this can be very important to our growing Bioscience Campus as well.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any additional comments by members of this council?
Mayor, just some closing remarks.
Nowakowski, please, of course.
You know, Mayor, I really want to thank our staff. I mean, Ms. Mackey and Paul Blue really worked really hard with the developers and the community, and I want to thank the community themselves for bringing these ideas outside the box. And this is the first time ever in the city of Phoenix that we're negotiating within a GIPLET to making sure that there's some type of a reduced rent for some of the units. And, you know, it's just amazing when people come together and we have a conversation, we find that common ground. And it's really that, what I call that Team Phoenix approach, that it's a win-win all around. So I just really want to thank the staff members and especially those community leaders that have been fighting for reduced rent in downtown Phoenix and affordability and workforce housing, that this is really a victory for all of them and for ourselves too as a council. And as the mayor spoke earlier, I mean, downtown is changing year to year. At one time, we didn't think we were going to have 4,000 units of housing in downtown Phoenix. We passed that. Now we're looking for more affordability in downtown. So once again, thank all of my colleagues up here for their leadership in making downtown Phoenix a great place to live, work, and play.
Thank you very much. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passes on a 7-2 vote. Next item, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 63.
We have a motion and a second on item 63. Leonard Clark, did you wish to provide testimony on item 63, which is authorization to amend pay ordinances for the Office of National Drug Control Policy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak. My name is Leonard Clark, and I live here in the city of Phoenix, have all my life. I am here, and I put down, I believe, as neutral. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I put down neutral because we are currently having a great debate in our country, not just city of Phoenix, which is the 6th largest city in the United States of America. We're having a debate about why our prisons are full of nonviolent offenders who happen to smoke marijuana. Even though I don't partake myself, I'm not saying I won't in the future, especially if I have medical issues like some of my fellow veterans do. The problem I'm having here is I believe by approving this money from Uncle Sam and the federal government, which comes directly, I guess, an executive policy of the president, we are continuing to prop up this failed war on drugs. Now, I'm like you. Do we want our young people out totally drinking alcohol, smoking marijuana, doing heroin? No, but you know, alcohol, once they turn 18, is legal. So I am just deeply concerned. Many of our fellow Americans are imprisoned. And I know that sometimes, you know, I'm called a gadfly because I come here, but I actually am a canary. I'm a canary in the mine because you guys are like dinosaurs. The meteorite is coming. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but you guys don't listen. And you guys, I mean the establishment, whether here at City Council or whatever. So by approving this and continuing on this failed drug policy, putting our loved ones behind jail instead of getting treatment, we're only enriching the narco-traficantes. We're not fighting them. And I love some of the folks who fight in law enforcement, want to go after the rapists and the murderers, that type of thing. But they have got to get out of this tunnel vision thinking that anybody who has marijuana is evil. So I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the only card we have, so now the dinosaurs will vote. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego. Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passes unanimously. Next item is item 64, I believe, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve item 64.
We have motion and a second. Mr. Clark, did you provide additional testimony? It's a very similar nature. You got it on the record. Okay. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes. Next item, Vice Mayor.
Yep.
60.
Motion to approve item 65.
We have a motion on 65. We have a...
Mayor, you may just want to do 65, 66, and 67 together.
I'm happy to do.
Just a second here. Ms. Barker wants to testify on all three items. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't know if that affects individual vote. Councilman Gallego had individual comments on 67. We still can include that in the motion. So let's do a motion on all three of them.
Motion to approve items 65, 66, and 67.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Barker, did you provide testimony on those items?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I want to speak on all. I'm glad you combined them, and I'll speak on the prehistoric record.
Referring back to the previous speaker.
There you
Yes,
go.
got it. Good.
Okay. These all are in regards to light rail lines and building stations. And I'm going to make a neutral comment. I am a user of transit. In regard to this specific item of you building all this, but I think that you haven't developed the idea of a comprehensive transportation plan in the city. Yesterday at City Council, I could see part of that oohing out of here, what's going on at the airport. And we shouldn't take from our backbone of our public transit, the bus, to make it so that this rail, a fixed transit, that you're running because you're running it not for the reason of the charter, that it's mobility. The people feel it's a common good to provide public transit for mobility. You're doing it, too, in the hopes that you might get some developer to develop along that line. When I can put a bus out there and stop more frequently and serve the people better. So what's happening? It was $8 million to build a station at 50th Street. Now it's $23 million. Well, shoot, with $23 million, I could provide 24-hour 7 service on the bus and serve the people that really need it to get to jobs early. Now, I think that when you look at your rail, obviously you're destined to do it, but you need to go out and not expend your money on the land, which is the biggest factor. Go to the freeways, build the best station, and build that 3 stories and build around the area and get a fast bus. I mentioned Welf Goat. He was over at ASU. that the fast bus idea would go all around on the existing freeway and get people where they're going fast. And that's how
All right.
you make it so you don't monopolize transit, but you give it competition.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. So we had a motion in favor. We have a second. Councilman Gallego, want to make comments on 67, which is the feasibility study for a light rail station near 16th Street and Washington.
Yes, this is a great opportunity for us to look at an area where we're seeing a lot of growth and interest, as well as an area where the city is a great partner through our Choice Neighborhood initiative. Downtown, as we saw earlier today, is growing, but there's getting to be more and more interest to our east in development. And so I'm very glad that we're moving forward. This was a top priority in the reInvent Phoenix process, which was a big conversation between our community and the city and other partners about development in the rail corridor and how to maximize rail investments. And we are moving forward with this priority item for the community. I'm also looking forward to voting for the South Central item, which will be a great engine and connectivity to the South Central area of our city.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any additional comments?
Mayor?
Councilman, please.
If I could, I believe that there was, at least one of these was, there was a clear promise made to the public. I agree with that in fulfilling that promise. However, and I could, I want to just backtrack just a little bit. This involves Metro, Valley Metro. And for those of you that may remember or not remember, there was an individual at Valley Metro that literally was accused of fraud. He ended up taking monies and using monies that were a lot of people considered to be illegal and fraudulent, and he still walked away with over a $200,000 parachute. That's what happens to people at the top. They walk away with the big parachutes, lots of money, big dollars go to them. The people at the bottom always are the ones that get their walking papers. Under both circumstances, they should both get their walking papers. A few of us up here had to write a letter to the Attorney General's office in order for them to begin an investigation into this person, which they did. The City of Phoenix is now right in the middle of conducting a large report on Valley Metro. Until that report is completed, I don't feel comfortable with any of this, Mayor. I just don't. I don't think we should be giving this entity any monies while they're under this investigation from the Attorney General's office and from the City of Phoenix. We can talk about how we shore up our contracts, we can talk about all those things, but until that investigation is completed by the AG's office and until the City of Phoenix finishes their report, at least one of those need to be completed. I don't think we should be giving them any money, and I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Williams serves as our representative on Valley Metro. You have any comments, Councilwoman?
I do have a couple comments. The audit is still going on as in cooperation with the Attorney General. No charges have been made against this person, nor has he received an annuity. It is being held per legal recommendations to see if and when he is charged with anything illegal and has to do reimbursements. It will be considered what is owed at that time. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that that has not proceeded that far. In the meantime, the Board of Directors has hired former Mayor Scott Smith, who has come in. We have made a whole list of recommendations on improvements that need to be done immediately. Every one of those is underway. We have a new lawyer. We have a new auditor. We are hiring an in-house auditor, and we have restructured the entire organization to prevent anything like that happening ever again. So there's a lot of progress being made on it. I understand where you're coming from and what happened, but I will tell you the City of Phoenix Audit Committee department went in there immediately and began doing what they do best, and then has been joined after you did make a call to the general auditor. But in the meantime, we were already in there doing it.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor. Any additional comments? Councilman Cecil, please go ahead.
And I appreciate the work that you've done, Councilman Williams, but until the report is completed here, I don't feel comfortable with this entity, and I don't think we should be handing money to an entity until we're sure we know for sure where those dollars are going. I mean, we always believed that that's where they were going to go originally, But until the report's done, they're going to tell us what we're going to need to do. The second thing is we're working with some legislation with Senator Warren Peterson. I basically call it an anti-corruption bill that literally prevents these type of payouts to these crooked bureaucrats that literally take money from the public. And that's right, he was alleged to have committed fraud, but the bottom line is this, is that this individual, at the very least, misused monies that were intended to go for services that people used their tax monies for. So this is something obviously I feel very strongly about because I was the individual that was behind that bill, and it was also part of the group up here, some of us that literally sent a letter to the Attorney General's office requesting for an investigation from their end to be handled. So I appreciate what you're doing over there, but I don't think the work is done yet until we see this report.
Mayor, if I can.
Of course, obviously Councilman Williams served on the board that did approve the agreement that apparently is the subject matter of the legislation that Councilman DeCiccio is supporting. Councilman Williams, please.
Actually, I wasn't on the board when that was approved, but nevertheless, I understand totally what you're doing, and we understand at this point we have that particular money you're talking about was pensionable. And that's where we have the legal problems at this point. We are taking steps also in the future so that we are never in that same position again. So I don't want you to think that things are out of control, because that is not true.
All right, thank you very much, and I do appreciate the steps that you've taken, Councilman Williams, to ensure greater financial controls right away. And the changes have been made to this contract so that we have greater financial control as it relates to Valley Metro Rail through contract, not just through the policies of Valley Metro. And that's the reason why this was pulled a few weeks ago, and amendments made to the proposed contracts to give the City of Phoenix greater financial control and oversight over the monies, at least as it relates to items 65, 66, and 67. Any additional comments by members of the council? Councilwoman Pastor, please.
I think all of us agree that we would not want any mismanagement of money, and all of us agree that we're do our due diligence. And unfortunately, there was a mistake that happened, and I commend Councilwoman Williams for taking the lead and assisting and making sure the system changes and it has the accountability set into play. My question is, in the contract, is it very specific, or how does it work in the contract as to where these dollars will be spent and how, when, and will they be spent?
All right, Mario Paniagua is coming, Deputy City Manager overseeing our Transportation Department. Maria Hyatt, Director of our Transportation Department, is here as well. Alvaro Santana is our lead on the light rail program. Maybe you could talk about some of the additional financial controls that have been placed in these agreements.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman Pastor. So the proposed contracts do include additional language that will be part of all three of these contracts as it relates to requiring additional detail included in the contracts for the budget line items and the subcategories of those line items. It prohibits any expenses that are not related specifically to the budget, explicitly prohibiting any travel or alcohol or entertainment, meals, and including that in the contract language. There's also a requirement that as Valley Metro invoices the City of Phoenix for any work performed under these contracts, that additional line item detail and subcategory detail be included in those documents that are provided from Valley Metro to the City of Phoenix. Only the authorized expenses will be paid after review by the City of Phoenix. If additional information is requested from the City of Phoenix to Valley Metro, that supporting documentation must be provided promptly. And so that's language that's applied to all three of the contracts as it relates to financial and budgetary controls.
What I'm hearing is they have to submit an invoice, or we're just going into an IGA and they have to submit some, line items, and then we will then reimburse?
Mayor and Councilwoman Pastor, that's correct. They will only be paid for work performed that is invoiced to the city, and that we have validated through an ongoing monitoring process.
Okay. So then there are steps of accountability, and then at the final end, Councilwoman Williams will be the final, I'm assuming, will look at some of the items or look at the items and give the blessing along with us, but.
Mayor?
Essentially, and I would just add real quick, is that essentially what happens if there's misspending by the CEO of Valley Metro Rail, as unfortunately there was with the previous CEO, we now have a contract claim against them. It's not just a violation of Valley Metro policies. We now have a breach of contract claim. Councilman Williams.
Another thing that I have asked Albert and staff to do is I would like each of these projects budget and expenditures as we go along online, so anybody can look up, see what the progress is, how much we've budgeted, are we on target, are we within our allowance, so that it will be available to the public.
That's a great idea. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Gates. Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Yes. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes on a 6-1 vote. Though we know if Jim Waring was here, he absolutely would have supported this item. There's no doubt, but I know we can't officially count that as a yes vote under our rules. All right, next item on the agenda is item number 87. Item number 87 has to do with his proposed historic overlay of David and Gladys Wright House. I know we have some cards on this item. I have a series of cards on this item. Ms. Vanessa Hickman, I know, represents the property owner. Do you wish to provide testimony first on this item, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Vanessa Hickman, 1324 East Villa Teresa Drive, Phoenix, Arizona. Here this afternoon on behalf of the property owner of the David and Gladys Wright House. We have requested a continuance of the staff-initiated matter so that we have additional time to work with potential community and educational partners on the future operation of the property. So we have been in diligent efforts in forming these partnerships, in alliances to secure this as a historic landmark that can be pursued in tandem with these community partnerships. So we have initial interest from an educational institution that was released yesterday, and I think that it is recognized the great importance of this cultural and educational opportunity for the city of Phoenix. So we would like the time to foster and mature those conversations and have requested that this matter be continued to the agenda on December 7th. I would also like to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership in this matter, for helping to bring together the parties, in helping us convene discussions with potential partners, one of them who was named yesterday, potentially with ASU, and your commitment to finding a workable solution for the preservation of the property, for public access and use of the property in the future as we continue our discussions with neighbors. So with that, I'd like to again request a continuance of this matter, and I thank you very much for your time and commitment to seeing a workable solution with the right partners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hickman. So representing the property owner, the request is for a continuance to the December 7th meeting?
Correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I have other cards on this item. In light of the request from the property owner, is there a motion for a continuance? Councilman, please. And I have a few other cards, but they may not want to testify if there is, in fact, a motion for continuance. Please.
Motion to continuance, and I've got some questions of staff. I don't have any of the Vanessa.
The motion is for continuance to December 7th?
Yeah, December 7th.
Motion for continuance December 7th.
Second.
There is a second. Councilman, you said you had some questions, please.
Yeah, staff. Want to make sure, one of the questions was, with this continuance here, does the city of Phoenix basically give up any of its zoning rights on the property? We still have the ability to enforce whatever the zoning.
Mayor,
I just want to make sure we get that on the record.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, no, any of the events that happen on this property, the city does always reserve its rights under through our Neighborhood Services Department to enforce the zoning ordinance should it be necessary.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Then from my end too, I don't know how December 7th was picked. I don't know if many people remember what happened December 7th, 1941 was Pearl Harbor. So I hope we don't have a Pearl Harbor event here. But it's been one of those things that's had a topsy-turvy turn throughout this entire process here. I think this is important for the city of Phoenix. There are those of us that were real involved in the preservation of the current home. And now I think there may be, at least this is the beginning stages, of a situation where we will end up being able to preserve the home, but at the same time move the venue from an event venue, I've got a head cold, event venue to an educational venue. A lot of it's going to depend on what it is that's going to be done through these next several months when Arizona State is going to be taking a look at the different things that they're going to be able to look at financially, whether or not they're going to be able to handle it. I think this has the potential of being a very big win for everybody, for the city of Phoenix, for the neighborhood, and for historic preservation. It's been a long road. I don't know how long this has been, Mayor. I think we've dealt with this since, 2012, I think it is. Back and forth, it's been going on. But I think there might be a chance here, if it's done right. So the only thing that I've got the request to the owners of the property is, let's be respectful to everybody, and let's try to get everybody in the room, and let's work this thing out together, because I think what you see today is an ability for everybody to get together and work things out. When you sit down in a room, you're able to hear everybody else out. So I think there's going to be a strong potential here for this to work out. Again, the devil's in the details, and we'll talk about that during the prayer moment here when we go next. But at the end of the day, I think this has the potential of a very big win for everybody, and I know there are a lot of people that worked hard on it. I see some of the neighbors here. I see Paul Barnes. Paul, I think this could turn out to be well for the neighborhood if it's done right. And Richard, there you are there. I know the Arcadia Neighborhood Association was very active in this. Sue Bloom, Jordan Rose, Steve Earle, Wendy Riddell, others. We just got to make sure we all get in the same room and work this thing out. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So the motion is to move the case, continue the case till December 7th, the end of the year, to allow the property owner to see if they can work with educational institutions as named by the property owner, Arizona State University. And so the councilman for the area has asked for that time. There are other cards here on the item. I don't know if anybody wishes to testify on the issue of a proposed continuance. I have Ron Passarelli. Ron, he had to leave, but he did say he was in support of a continuance. Changing hats here, Stephen Earle, representing a nearby property owner. Did you wish to testify on the issue of a continuance?
Mayor, members of the council, 1 minute. I am here on behalf of the Sontags who live immediately adjacent to the David and Gladys Wright house, and we're friends with them for some 20-plus years. They support the preservation of this home as a historic structure. They are very concerned, and they are directly affected when commercial venues occur next door, parties and corporate events and whatnot. So they're very concerned about the commercialization of this house, but certainly not the use of it for education. So for that reason, they can support the continuance in the hopes that we can work to an appropriate compromise.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr.
And Mayor, just based on the detail, Steve, again, this is the preliminary steps here. You're in concept only until we go through the details, correct?
Yes, in concept, we understand the need for a continuance and the concept of having a educational partner, which makes sense to us from the very beginning. We hope we can work together to a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom Galvin. Thomas Galvin, did you want to provide testimony on the issue of a continuance? Good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I am Thomas Galvin with Rose Law Group, representing the Wright House's next-door neighbor, Peter Sperling, his across-the-street neighbor, Andy Ogan, and a nearby neighbor, Jim Forsini. While our clients, along with the greater Arcadia residential community, are very opposed to the proposal that the applicant has submitted as a pre-app showing a variety of commercial uses and creating a distinctive major event center including alcohol sales, we are not opposed to a continuance for the applicant to have time to potentially work out a deal with ASU to deed the property to them for use in a low-profile manner that could possibly be compatible with the historic residential aspect of the Arcadia community. However, we also want it for the record that we sent a letter to the city indicating that any future events still planned to be held at the site are not legal due to the deed restrictions and zoning ordinances which prohibit commercial activity at this site. But we would like to certainly prefer to have a shorter continuance so that we are updated on progress at some point before December if possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Not wishing to speak, but in favor of a continuance is Mr. Chuck Coughlin. I have no other cards. Is anyone else in the audience here wishing to testify on the issue of a proposed continuance? I certainly will be supporting the continuance, as the councilman has mentioned. He and I and the city staff have been working on this for many years. This house was almost torn down. It was close a few years ago, and we forget the context in which we got here. And when Mr. Rawling bought the house, he saved it from what appeared to be almost certain lot split, demolition, and a McMansion, 2 more McMansions in the area. And we're appreciative of the fact that it looks like we are headed in the right direction. I, too, am looking forward to seeing the direction this takes, and I'm, like Councilman DeCiccio, optimistic as to where this is heading. So I will be supporting the continuance. Any additional comments, members of the council? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. See you in, probably before, privately, but publicly in December. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Which item? 87. I'm so sorry.
Mayor, I think we can take 88 and 89 together.
Okay, I'm sorry. So 88 and 89 are companion cases, and they are in District 1, Councilman Williams' district, a proposed land use issue at 55th Avenue and Happy Valley Road. How we will proceed is a short staff report. I assume the staff report will cover both 88 and 89?
Correct, Mayor.
And then I can hold a single public hearing, or do I have to hold separate public hearings? And then does the motion have to be after each individual public hearing? Okay. So let's first get a staff report, and then I'll hold a public hearing on item number 88. Mr. Stevenson, our planning director.
Mayor, members of council, this request is to rezone 2 parcels, about 43.41 acres of land. It's a general plan amendment, which is item 88, and then a rezoning case for the same 2 parcels, which is item 89. Their parcels are located at the northeast corner of 55th Avenue and Happy Valley Road, which is track 10, and the northwest corner of 55th Avenue and Stetson Valley Parkway. You can see on this site plan the crosshatch areas are the 2 areas to be rezoned. Here they are on an aerial photograph. For reference, here's Happy Valley Road down here, and 55th Avenue goes up and continues to the north. This entire area is the Stetson Hills master plan community that was rezoned and largely developed a number of years ago. These are 2 remnant parcels that have commercial zoning on them today that are purchased for residential development. So this is the first parcel here where they're proposing to change the general plan designation down here from commercial and residential 0 to 1, 1 to 2, to residential 2 to 3.5, and residential 3.5 to 5. They are leaving out a small portion right here on Happy Valley Road for commercial development. Again, this parcel is already all zoned commercial, so they're not rezoning to commercial. They're leaving that portion as is for a small amount of commercial. The request is to allow the single-family residential here for the larger area. This shows the other parcel up to the north. This is all residential, going from commercial to residential as well. In this case, it's the same designation, 3.5 to 5. In both cases, the zoning for those parcels is R16 residential zoning. Here are some elevations for the proposed product types there. These requests, the general plan amendment, which is item 88, was approved by the Deer Valley Village Planning Committee by a vote of 6 to 3. It was approved by the Planning Commission by a vote of 6 to 1. The corresponding zoning case, item 89, was approved by the Village Planning Committee by a 7 to 2 vote, and the Planning Commission by a 6 to 1 vote. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Stevenson at this time? Okay, now I'll move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda item. So now I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 88. The public hearing is now open. I have a few cards on this item. First, wishing to speak is Taylor Earl from the law firm of Earl Curley Lagarde, representing the applicant. Mr. Earl, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. For the record, my name is Taylor Earl with Earl Curley and Lagarde, address 3101 North Central Avenue. Here on behalf of Pulte and Lennar, they are the master developers of this community. We do have a couple of these small vacant out parcels that we're seeking to bring into. Basically, the thrust of our request is to convert from commercial, which has been there since the late 80s when this was originally zoned, to residential. And so Mr. Stevenson has done a good job of basically taking my presentation, so I'll be able to just zip right through this. So this is a slightly broader perspective of where we are, and these are the two parcels here in question. It's Tract 8, Tract 10. We just pointed out that there's a school site up here that has not yet been built on, but has already been donated to the school district, and City of Phoenix park site, future. This entire area is known as Stetson Hills. When Stetson Hills Phase 2 and 3 came along, it took on the name of Stetson Valley, but essentially all the Stetson Hills PCD, it's all part of that. So this is the current zoning on the property. As Mr. Stevenson mentioned, the entirety of Tract 8 is Zone C2 PCD, and then a little over 50% of the Tract 10 is Zone C2, with the remainder here R16. So this is an important point, that this is current zoning on the property. There are already C2 on the property. There is a small component of S1 here down in the right-of-way, and so we're cleaning that up per staff request. And this is the proposed change. So what is in green is not part of the zoning request. That is staying as is. In other words, these are the portions here that we're changing. So again, so number one, we are converting from C2 to R16 in this portion here. Request 2, we are switching from C2 to R16 in this portion here. There is a small, I'll call it a tail, this portion right here where I have the laser pointer. That is a portion we are going from R16 to C2. And the purpose for that, one of the great benefits of that, is by giving a little extra elbow room to that commercial component, it helps bring it off of 55th Avenue. So it brings it onto the arterial road and brings it off of this more minor road here off of 55th Avenue. And so that is the one portion of our request where we're going from R16 to C2. But predominantly, again, the purpose of our request is to convert from C2 to R16. And so that results in an 86% reduction in the net amount of C2 in the development. So here is the development itself, and as you can see, we have matched the density of what's surrounding. I'll again show some elevations showing the commensurate elevations, but in terms of density, we've gone in with a density that's commensurate with what is surrounding the property. Again, we have this portion here in this commercial portion. There was some comments at the Planning Commission that there was a thought that maybe there wasn't viability for that, and that there was concern about maybe some vacancy rates which might exist. So following the Planning Commission, we had an economic study commissioned by LAT Pollock and Company. Here's some of the highlights of that which refute that concern. Number one is there's the basic conclusion: strong demand for a smaller community-scale retail center at this location, which is what this would be. There's actually a very low vacancy rate in the commercial area, 3.1, which is well below the 9.1 average in Phoenix, which lends its support for there being viability here. The average area incomes are 80% higher than Maricopa County, which lends itself for more buying potential, and there is demand there as well. And in total, under a couple different analyses, there's demand for an additional 79 to 106,000 square foot retail in this area. What we're proposing based on the acreage is somewhere in the 30 to 40,000 square feet. So we're definitely within what the demand is for the area. And then this is Tract 8. Again, same principle of matching the density that's around it, the same degree of open space as well. So we have here just a couple of slides that show not only what we're proposing here on the right, but also what's existing to show that we have commensurate quality, which isn't terribly surprising given that Pulte and Lennar are the developers and have been the developers in the Stetson Valley area. And so not surprising that they are bringing products of similar quality. and again, true of Tract 8 as well. We have had substantial support, so starting with the staff here at the City of Phoenix has supported this case. We have support from the Deer Valley Village and the Phoenix Planning Commission. There was no appeal on the rezoning case, and we also have support from neighborhood residents. We had a very good neighborhood meeting at the outset of the case. We recently presented at the Stetson Hills HOA. I had a good reception there as well. We have comments from neighbors who were supportive. Just pulled a couple of things here today. I wanted to point out one of the features that we have heard from the neighbors on is the walkability nature of that commercial, leaving that commercial component. Brad Otley said, I think having a walkable, rideable commercial option at the entrance of the community will improve the overall livability of the community. Brad Moffitt said, I also like the idea of the small boutique commercial development on Happy Valley Road. It would be nice to have a neighborhood restaurant and drugstore that was within walking or biking distance. And so in the Phoenix general plan, lots of talk of walkability, rideability. That's a big component in the new general plan. And so what we provided is opportunities here by not rezoning that portion. There'll be opportunities here that are not there today for a walkable, rideable community. Again, just to highlight, this is the current zoning on the property, C2. There was some questions of what could happen under current entitlements. That's a question that's come up in the other hearings, so I'll just address that briefly. Under current entitlements, a much larger center could go forward, somewhere in the 200,000 square foot range could go forward. Again, we're somewhere in the 30 to 40 range. Under current zoning, you could also have a multifamily development. And so were this not to be approved, we would go forward. Pulte would go forward, develop what it could on this R16 portion here for sure, but there also would be opportunities for other more dense product, such as what was developed by Pulte and Lennar up near Tract 8. And the commercial developer on this has also talked internally on their team, and they will go forward, approval or not. The shape of that commercial could be more on 55th. What we've done by bringing this small component down here is we've really reduced the scope of it dramatically by 86%. And so we think this is a really good development. We've had overwhelming support for what we believe is the purpose of this application, which is to convert from C2 to R16 to bring in appropriate product that's commensurate with the neighborhood. And so with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Earl. We'll now hear from the folks that came to oppose the item. That's the only card I have in favor. Our first speaker in opposition is Jeremy Helfcott. And Jeremy, I gave Mr. Earl extra time, so as much time as you need. You did have time donated to you by Mr. Raghav Chidella. And also wishing to speak in opposition is Barbara Schwartz and Edgar Rodriguez. Mr. Helfcott, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I want to congratulate Vice Mayor Valenzuela and thank you for your service in that role, and also congratulate still Councilwoman Gallego. We'll address you as Vice Mayor at the next meeting, but congratulations for your ascendancy to that role. We have for several months as a neighborhood, the residents of Enclave at Stetson Valley, which is the subdevelopment at the northwest corner of Happy Valley Road and 55th Avenue, have looked at this proposal. We've spoken out actively at both the Village Planning Commission meeting as well as at the City Planning Commission meeting, and I do want to note once more for the record that the votes at neither were unanimous to approve this measure. What we are concerned about is that holdout commercial tract that's being set aside. If you look at the character of this neighborhood, the commercial simply doesn't fit. We believe there's a very good reason why neither of these tracts has been developed as commercial space to this point. We know that there is a certificate of purchase on the land, but that the state still does hold the deed to the land. And it's our belief, despite what's been said, that it's not likely that a larger scale commercial development is going to go forward. In fact, I believe Mr. Earl's presentation just noted a capacity for commercial that is lesser than the total amount of space that would remain at C2 if this doesn't move forward. Our principal concerns are several, one of which is traffic, to be sure, but much of it has to do with character of the neighborhood and the change in patterns of movement through the neighborhood, and also a fear, a concern of vacancy. There is already significant commercial development in the area, and there are open spaces. There are 2 anchor developments right at 67th Avenue and Happy Valley Road, both north side and south side, as well as an additional service station and a freestanding car wash on the opposing corner on the southwest side. We have, within 3 miles, 4 pharmacies, including a 24-hour CVS location further down at 59th Avenue and Union Hills. We have a Safeway, a Fry's, a neighborhood Walmart. There are multiple private offices offering tax services. There's a physician's office. We have local dining. All of that is just 12 blocks to our west. You go to 39th Avenue and Happy Valley Road to the east, and you see a Safeway development, again, more of the same. There isn't a need for the development of additional commercial space in this area, we feel, and we're concerned that it's going to become a scar on the neighborhood. We have concern about property values. We have concern about the possibility of increases in crime rates, which are right now, thankfully, very low in the area, but we know that oftentimes with commercial businesses, especially if this becomes something looking even at the tract like a service station or a convenience store, there is always the danger of attracting crime with that. And I'd like to offer to the council, we as a neighborhood, as a group, there are roughly 85 units in Enclave at Stetson Valley, all single-family homes. We sent a petition to the developers through Mr. Earl asking for what we feel are some very reasonable restrictions or stipulations on the property in terms of what they would make available for development. Unfortunately, we've made no headway. We've heard from them at 2 prior meetings that they're interested in helping to work with the neighborhood and take care of the neighborhood, but unfortunately it feels like this is going to be get their money in, get their money out, and go, and we're going to be left with a scar in our space. I also have approximately 50 signatures from residents for you opposing both of these measures, and I know we're on item 88 specifically at this point. Can I submit these to the council members, please?
Thank you, Jeremy, very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Otherwise, I will urge the council to vote no on this measure, retain the current zoning, and we are actually working already with some interested developers who would like to see complete residential development in this space, and that is a rezoning effort that I believe our neighborhood would support wholeheartedly. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr.
Mayor, I have a
Helfgott?
quick question.
Councilwoman, please.
You understand that this is zoned commercial now?
We do understand.
You're proposing to switch it to residential, except for one little strip. So what you're saying is backwards.
It's a little bit counterintuitive, there is no question, but we believe that area is ripe for complete residential development, which would maintain the character of the current neighborhood. Again, we believe that the reason this land has sat empty for as long as it has as a C2 development is that there isn't interest in building any kind of heavier commercial there because the area simply won't support it. Thank you.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Helfgott? Thank you for your testimony very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Barbara Schwartz, did you provide testimony on this item? Followed by Edgar Rodriguez. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Barbara Schwartz. I live in the Stetson Valley community that's right across from Lot 10. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns regarding the pending rezoning of the lot at northeast corner of Happy Valley and 55th Avenue. I've had the opportunity to meet and become friendly with many of my neighbors in our small division at Enclave at Stetson Valley over the last few years. While the larger community has more than 2,000 houses, our small 3-block neighborhood on the northwest corner of 55th Avenue and Happy Valley has just about 80 homes. During the Planning Commission meeting, I shared how hard we worked to find the home after writing more than 50 offers on homes in the city of Phoenix, mostly lost to investors, and then eagerly watched the weekly progress as our home was built. While we never planned to live so far west, it was very important, as some of you know, for us to stay within the Phoenix city limits. We were thrilled when we finally found a new build community that allowed us to purchase our home at fair market value. It seemed far at first, but I've come to love our home and the surrounding views at the base of Ludden Mountain, just north of the Thunderbird Conservation Park, our small subdivision, and our neighbors, as well as the overall feel of the Stetson Valley community. Now that we've settled into our beloved home, we're again feeling under threat from investors of a different sort. It's this threat that led me to the opportunity to meet even more of my neighbors. I now appreciate this neighborhood even more. We have a diverse neighborhood comprised of entrepreneurs, teachers, business, and healthcare professionals. Unfortunately, many of them could not be here today because they do have to work, but they're aware that we're here doing our best to voice their concerns. I think the best part of our neighborhood is the children that I see walking around every day, from toddlers to teens. It's a neighborhood with young families, middle-aged families, and young at heart retirees. Many afternoons and weekends, you'll find kids playing in the neighborhood, and you find neighbors playing volleyball outside in the park in the clean, fresh air, not very much unlike the community where I grew up, when no one felt the need to lock their doors. When we purchased our home, we were aware that the lot across from 50th Avenue was zoned for a mix of commercial with a small patch of residential, but common sense and our realtor led us to a place of optimism and the expectation that the land would ultimately be rezoned as all residential. Never did we think we might end up with a gas station not far from where the kids play, putting that clean, fresh air at risk. I only heard late last night that the developer had already made an investment in the project. We called the State Land Department this morning and learned that there is a certificate of purchase on the land. While I realize the developer's investment is risk, so is mine. I purchased my home for more than $250,000, as did all of my neighbors. Conservatively, the purchases made by the voters in Enclave are in the $20 million range. What about the risk to all of their investments? Don't they count? On Monday night, after learning that many neighbors called Councilwoman Williams to express their concerns last week, Taylor Earl suggested if we put this letter together with signatures from the neighborhood, even just 10 or so, indicating we'd drop our opposition, that they'd agree, if they would agree to our stipulations, that he'd present that to the developer and see if they'd agree to our stipulations in writing. We collected, as Mr. Helfgott submitted, more than 50 signatures in less than 24 hours, and they called just after 11:30 this morning, Taylor did, to let us know that the developer would not agree to what we think are reasonable stipulations, which are no gas station, no convenience store, no car wash, no major chain grocers, pharmacies, limiting operating hours to 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., matching the current architecture in the neighborhood, and using limited lighting. If they'd be willing to commit to that, the neighbors would support their requests, but they don't want to do that. At the Deer Valley Planning Commission meeting on January 21st, according to the minutes Mr. Earl explained, most of the neighborhood is in favor of the residential development. However, they prefer all residential. He also indicated the proposed commercial site would allow for smaller commercial spaces for uses such as dry cleaners, tax accounting, and other businesses that were mentioned. But outside of those meetings, we've heard they might put in a CVS or another large retail pharmacy, or even worse, a gas station. And that's what the neighbors are really afraid of. They're not so concerned, we're not so concerned about local community businesses. We support that, and we would be okay with that. But we don't want a gas station right across the street from our homes. We don't want 24-hour businesses with neon lights and that doesn't match the community. That's really their concern, and I think if they would agree to that, the neighbors would support it. As a working professional, not an attorney, I've been focused on working and enjoying my life in the Valley of the Sun. But I've taken time to vote for and support the campaigns of those who I believe would have the best interests of my community and the city of Phoenix at heart. So I'll trust you today to do just that and use your vote to make the decision that will be best for the people in my neighborhood, a part of the city of Phoenix.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schwartz, for your testimony. Any comments or questions by members of this council from Ms. Schwartz? Appreciate it very much. Mr. Rodriguez, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Edgar Rodriguez, and there's very little I can add to what's already been said, but I just wanted to voice my opinion to say that it's not just a few of us that think that there's no need for commercial property in that tract. I live right across the street from Tract 10, And I believe that being all residential would be something that we would all support, which the signatures prove. And I just wanted to say that I'm worried, like my fellow neighbors have said, about light pollution, increased traffic, and vandalism due to the due to the properties that have been proposed for that small tract. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. I have no other cards in this item. Is anyone else here wishing to testify on item number 88, the proposed rezoning at 55th Avenue and Happy Valley Road? Going once, going twice. The public hearing on that item is now closed. This item is in District 1, Councilwoman Williams' district. I'll now turn it over to her to see if she has any questions or a motion.
I am really stunned by this. When this was first brought to me, I have for a very long time thought how horrible it was to have all that commercial zoning in the middle of that wonderful residential property. And when they come in, they said, oh, we want to change the commercial to residential. I thought, perfect. I don't know how anybody could object to this. And then the rumors started on what was going to be built and how it was going to be phased in. You know, I think it's just very important that people recognize that right now they could go in and build a whole list of uses. They could have their gas station. They could build apartments there without changing any zoning at all. They have the legal right now to do that. And I don't think that's what you want either. I think that you really, truly believe that it should be residential, like I do. I think it's comparable. I think it's a benefit to the neighborhood. The school district is not objecting. And there's land there for the school and a park in the future that could be developed. So I am going to support the Planning Commission hearings recommendation and adopt a resolution, related resolution.
Second. We have a motion. We have a second. Any comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates. Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item number 89. We already had the staff report on 89. As a matter of law, I have to open the public hearing. I assume the testimony, if there is going to be additional testimony, will be very similar, but everyone has a right to provide the additional testimony. So I'll now open the public hearing on item number 89. Jeremy Helfgott, you provide testimony 88. I don't know if you have additional testimony on 89. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just one additional note, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue my thoughts. You all know me at some measure, some of us more well than others. I think you all know that I am usually before you on matters that have nothing to do with zoning, but that are matters of passion. We don't always agree on the best course of action, but I think you know that I am passionate about this city, passionate about its future, and committed to seeing what's best for the city to continue to grow. And it's unfortunate that I'm here standing before you after this resolution was just passed, to make one last-ditch ask that we leave the status quo in place until a better plan can be developed, something that will maintain the full residential nature of this particular parcel, something that will fit within the neighborhood, something that will enhance the neighborhood and not detract from it. And so once again, I will urge you to please give your no vote on this measure. I do also want to thank you, Councilwoman Williams, for your time and your staff's time in being responsive to the community response. I know it happened in a kind of an onslaught at the end of last week and the beginning of this week. And I thank you all again for your time. Any questions that I can answer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Helfgott. Questions for Jeremy Helfgott at this time? All right, and then I think Raghav Chideli has donated time to you. Did you wish to speak on your own behalf, or you're okay with the job that Jeremy Helfgott did? You're good to go. Okay. Barbara Schwartz, did you provide additional testimony on this item? Edgar Rodriguez, did you wish to provide additional testimony? Mr. Helfgott speaks for all of you. Okay. Any final questions for Mr. Helfgott? Really appreciate it very much. Is anyone else in the public here wishing to testify on item number 89? Going once, going twice. The public hearing on that item is now closed. I'll now turn it over to Councilmember Williams. This item is in her district. Do you have a motion?
Again, it's the same situation. It is zone commercial. I think what's ironic about this situation is because all the action that was taken and the neighbors talking to the developer, it created the need for an economic report, which proved that this area is ripe for commercial development, which is the zoning they have. And so my fear is you're not going to get the homes that you think you are. What you're going to get is a lot of commercial operations. They could be a combination. It could be everything that you fear plus apartments. And they don't have to come in and ask us for permission to do anything. They already have it. And I believe very strongly that this is such a gorgeous area. I think it should be residential. It should not be commercial. But I also understand to make this happen, they're going to get a little strip of commercial. Now, I'm telling you right now, Steve and son, Steve Jr., sorry, forgot your name.
It's Taylor, and it's unclear if it's son, brother, cousin. We don't know the relationship. Same last name, though.
Oh, they've worked both with this neighborhood a lot. I want to make it real clear. There better not be a gas station there. A drugstore, I understand. I have had lots of support for people who want to ride their bike down and say they can walk. That's an easy home down benefit to them. And they're not that intrusive to the neighborhood. A gas station is. And you will not make me happy now or in the future if that happens. So anyway, I am moving to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt related ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion from the councilman representing the area. We have a second. I'll now turn to members of the council. Are there any comments or questions as it relates to the motion on item number 89? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so that item passes unanimously. We have one final item on our agenda, which I think was taken out of order earlier. I believe it is item number
48.
Item number 48. This is a consideration of citizen petition. Before we begin with any cards, I'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor to see if she has a motion.
I do have a motion, Mayor. I've been reviewing the proposal that was brought forth via the citizen petition process, and reviewing it closely and extensively, I have some questions, and I would like to continue this item to April 6th.
Substitute.
I would ask the city manager to place this on an e-session prior to April 6th.
All right, so we have a motion for continuance until April 6th. I think it would also allow us to have an executive session on the item. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
All right, so now Councilman Waring is asking me to recognize him for a possible substitute motion. I'll turn to our city attorney and ask, since the original motion was a procedural one. I don't know if it's a separate procedural one or if it's a substantive motion or not. I assume it's a substantive.
It should be good, but. Mayor, so I had to look that one up in Robert's Rules of Order. According to Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to postpone is amendable, so it's therefore subject to a substitute motion.
Okay. So the motion was for a continuance. There's a second. Your opinion is that a procedural motion can be substituted by a substantive motion.
No, that's not my opinion. My
Okay.
opinion is that this motion is characterized as a motion that can be amended under Robert's Rules of Order. So therefore, it must be characterized as a non-procedural motion in terms of Robert's Rules of Order's treatment. So under Robert's Rules of Order, the treatment is it is a motion that can be substituted or amended.
Okay, I've learned something myself right
New
now.
to me, too.
What's that?
It's also new to me, Mayor, that rule.
All right. Councilman Waring, what is your substitute motion?
I move to approve and amend the citizen petition to modify the existing practice and to have an invocation delivered by the current City of Phoenix fire or police chaplain from among established religious congregations within the City of Phoenix, and to add this as a new Rule 14 relating to invocations at a formal City Council meeting under the Phoenix City Code, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-60, Rules for Council Proceedings.
I'd like to second that, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Could that be repeated? I'm sorry.
The question is, can the substitute motion be repeated?
I can. We could probably also get we can probably get a machine to make a copy as well. I apologize.
Oh, that'd be good.
Michael will give you a copy.
Okay.
You want me to read it, or do you?
No, he's
Okay.
got a copy.
And the substitute.
Did the mayor leave? Oh, he's over there? Okay. Oh, you're asking for continuance. I thought the...
All right, so the original motion was a motion to continue the item. I've never had this happen before, but I'm learning as we go that a motion to continue can be subject to a substitute motion, even if it's of a substantive nature. Councilman Waring has put on the floor a motion of a substantive nature. Are there any questions about now, and that was seconded by Councilman Nowakowski. Are there questions about
item is
the substitute motion? I think I want to give Councilman Williams as much time as she needs to get the answer.
Is there an opportunity to get legal advice before we vote on this? It's just because this is such a legally sensitive topic, it would be great. I don't know if we could have an emergency executive session.
We could certainly ask. Normally, our executive sessions are scheduled. But just a second, I want to make sure a couple things. I'm going to stay in order here. So, Councilman Williams, do you need the information you need, or you need more additional information?
I think maybe legal has to, because it's posted, to take action regarding a petition. This is not the petition.
The citizen brought it to us,
Okay.
so.
Real quick, just a second. The councilwoman has asked a question of our city attorney, and it deserves an answer about the appropriateness of this motion in light of what was agendized.
So what was agendized under item 48? Make sure I'm clear.
No, take the time. We got to get this right. So if you need to take a little time, we can even take a short break in order to get this correct. The second question that Councilwoman Gallego of a similar nature is, are we in a position to get legal advice in executive session now, or is it we're not in a position to do so because it wasn't appropriately agendized?
It wasn't agendized.
Okay. So I would ask her, in light of the question asked by Councilwoman Williams, where we're getting legal advice in public on the fly, if you will, that you need to take the time that you need to get this right. Do you want to take a short break to get the answer correct?
Short break would be
Okay,
great.
well, I'm going to take 5 minutes so our city attorney can gather his thoughts on this very important question, make
Mayor,
sure we get right.
Before we go to break too, may I add just a thing here? I mean, one.
You may.
I just because I want to describe to the public what's occurring here, because it's going to look like it's a bit confusing, because sometimes things are over here. There are those of us up here that would like to see prayer restored at the City of Phoenix. the continuance from my end is going to be nothing but a delay tactic, and it's going to give everybody the opportunity to either vote for prayer or vote against it a second time. So I guess we'll find out what occurs. But what's happening is, and we've had this happen before in the past, we are allowed to amend things that are up here. We've seen this happen. So what the city attorney is trying to determine is whether or not we can amend the original petition, which I would be shocked that we cannot do. But I guess we're going to find out because we've done this so many other times before. So I just want to explain to the people what's happening.
I appreciate that.
There's going to be moved to a continuance.
And let me just suggest something different. Maybe there is a suggestion that Councilwoman Pastor asked for continuance in good faith, and that she actually wanted to get legal advice and the benefit of legal advice before we make this very important decision. So instead of insinuation that a continuance or normally, Councilman, I'll give you a chance to respond.
But you're making it sound like I didn't make any insinuation. So don't say that anymore, because that's wrong. What I'm saying
Councilman,
is that
you suggested that the motion was for a delay tactic.
Yes, a delay tactic.
And I don't think
No,
a
it's
reasonable
not.
interpretation is that would
I'm
be a
asking-
motion in
I'm
bad faith.
appreciating-
I'm suggesting that the motion
there's no
made by
bad
Councilman
faith here, Mayor.
Pastor.
Bottom line, you did this last time where you said I questioned your faith. I didn't question your faith last time.
Councilman, you'll have an opportunity to speak. When I'm done, I think Councilman Pastor would like to say a few words as well. You asked for this additional time to say something in advance of the city attorney doing his analysis. I believe a suggestion that the motion for a continuance was a delay tactic was a suggestion that the motion was in bad faith. I would suggest that Councilman Pastor, who I know very well, is a person who acts in good faith and would ask for continuance for the reason to get for the exact reason that she stated, which is take the time to get the legal advice necessary to make sure we get this right. So I would say that we grant motions to continue as a matter of course. I've granted them for you. We've granted them for every single member of this council. And Councilwoman Pastor did act in good faith in asking for the continuance, but certainly I'll let her speak for herself. Councilwoman Pastor.
I am acting in good faith. There's no malice. There's no tactic. I want to get some legal advice. I asked some questions today, and I want to get further clarity on what I am thinking.
Mayor, I appreciate that.
Now you have the floor, and now is your opportunity, uninterrupted, to say whatever you have to say.
Thank you, Mayor. But realize that the motion was made at the very beginning before you even heard what it was that people were going to propose. The motion to continuance was done at the very beginning before anybody else had any other idea. The city's had, 2 weeks now to evaluate whether or not whether or not we can move a prayer forward. It's
Councilman, I have the right.
No, let him finish that,
I
and
agree.
then Councilman Pastor.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying is if you look at the timing of this thing, you ask for continuance at the beginning before we even know what the motion is. I'm telling you, it's just getting to the level of frustration. And, you're going to have multiple opportunities to vote for or against prayer. That's your choice. It's going to be everyone's choice. I just think it's time for us to make a decision today on that petition. And I think that that's an important thing. And I can't imagine how we cannot make an amendment to that.
All right, Councilwoman Pastor, first, thank you for giving the courtesy to Councilman DeCiso, giving him to speak uninterrupted. Obviously, I hope he returns the favor to the other members of the council. Councilman Pastor, you have a response.
I am just acting in good faith. I want some legal advice on some items that I saw in this petition regarding amending it, and I am asking for some respect, because it's not a tactic, and we can debate tactic back and forth, but it is not a tactic. It is out of good faith, and I want to make sure, as all of us make a decision, it's a very sound decision.
All right, thank you very much. So the status right now is that Councilwoman Pastor has asked for a continuance. There was a second. There has now been a substitute motion, which has been seconded. Councilwoman Williams did ask our attorney for some thoughts on the matter. I said we'd take a short break. Councilman DeCiso asked to speak in advance of the break. He spoke uninterrupted. I wanted to respond to that. I was interrupted, but we'll deal with that at a later time. But now is the time for the city attorney to take a chance to gather his thoughts. We'll take a 5-minute break at this time. for our city attorney to gather his thoughts on a question asked by Councilwoman Williams. And obviously, in the nature that we don't have an executive session, which is normally the forum which we do legal advice of this nature, I wanted to see if you had an answer you're ready to give at this point. Mr. Holm.
Mayor, Councilwoman Williams, thank you. Yes, I have an answer. So as the motion was initially made, I was a little confused. We got some clarity as to what was intended. What's intended is whether or not the council could return to the practice of invocations delivered at the beginning of council meetings and appoint a chaplain to offer the prayer from among the Phoenix Fire or Police chaplains, as is indicated in the motion. And the question is that constitutional or not? The answer is it's constitutional in accordance with a long line of cases. So the probabilities are that it would be upheld by a court, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't be challenged in this particular case. And I'd rather not say in open session what I suspect the outcome of a challenge would be, but it certainly would be on the basis of the cases. It would appear to be a constitutional procedure to go to a chaplain.
All right, let me turn it first off. The original question was Councilman Williams, so I was going to first find out if you had any follow-up questions after that explanation.
Mayor, I want to support this. I just want to make sure that the chaplains have agreed to do this, that it's in their job description, because otherwise I support this going forward.
Mayor, Councilwoman Williams, we haven't had a chance to talk to the chaplain, so I don't know. My understanding is all the police chaplains are volunteer chaplains. That is, they're not city employees, and so I'm not sure that we could delegate to them as volunteers to take on that responsibility to pray at our council meetings.
But they could volunteer to do it.
They could volunteer to do it, that's right. And it's a little uncertain in my mind exactly what the fire chaplain is. I've heard varying reports that he's also a volunteer or that he's paid but not as a city employee through like some foundational funds. I'm not clear on that, but I don't think he's a city employee. I think he's retired Episcopalian priest maybe, and he's maybe also retired in terms of being a volunteer firefighter or something. Long story short is he would have to volunteer to do it. So I don't think we have anybody lined up particularly to take over that responsibility.
So if we pass this and they all said no, what happens?
We would have to come up with somebody. You'd have to nominate somebody.
Which could lead us back to the community prayer with the Satanists?
Well, or in the interim, continue with the prayer practice that's in place, which is the moment of silent prayer and reflection. You could continue you could continue that practice indefinitely until the issue of who the chaplain would be resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pastor, you had a question?
Actually, Councilman Williams asked those questions because these were the questions that I had that I wanted to ask for legal advice. And this was what I was crafting, but I was told that we needed to do a continuance to figure out all the details of this. And so...
And we don't have the details, like who the chaplain would be.
Okay.
All right, Vice Mayor?
So it sounds like this is actually a viable option. I don't think anyone opposes this option. I think that there are some unanswered questions. And so I appreciate Councilwoman Pastor's motion, I think, as a professional courtesy and as someone who clearly wants to solve this. I think everyone up here wants to solve this as a professional courtesy to Councilwoman Williams. Her motion makes a great deal of sense. It gives us a chance to continue this, have the conversation with the chaplains. I mean, it's actually in the motion to have current City of Phoenix Fire and Police chaplains give the invocation. No one's even had a conversation with these chaplains. It's still unclear whether the chaplains are volunteers or paid somehow. Is it going to be, we're clearly adding a responsibility. The question is, are they even willing that's still a question. And So if I,
Sir, just a moment.
so-
Just speak in a moment. Councilor.
so those are clearly some questions that have to be answered and not assumed, but answered. And so, so that's why the motion for the continuance makes a great deal of sense to me. Again, I don't think anyone up here is opposing this. I do think that, you know, I'm not sure why a motion will be made without even having these questions answered, frankly. So if the motion maker actually had the conversation with the Phoenix police, Phoenix and fire chief and police chief, or at least the chaplains to figure out if this is something that's even doable, you know, I guess that would make me feel better as well.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilman Waring?
Thank you. Just to respond to that first, I personally spent a lot of hours the last time we did this, a couple weeks ago. I know my colleagues, their offices, we spent a lot of time with lawyers trying to sort out where we were, what would be constitutional, what would solve our problem a couple weeks ago. We spent a ton of time. Interviews were given to the newspaper. Information was disseminated, and you know, that turned into a big hash. I felt like stuff we were told got completely flipped around. And so this time, not going to make that same mistake twice. I was less concerned, frankly, about the feelings about the chaplains. I personally think we will find people who will do this work, period. I believe that will happen. So, but I was not going to have this picked apart again like it was last time. I think some of my colleagues felt the same. For those of you who have written on my Twitter or Facebook that I don't know what I'm talking about and this is unconstitutional and yada, 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 you just heard the city attorney say, you're wrong. You can have prayer at government meetings. Congress does it, legislature does it, and so forth. So those of you who wrote comments to the effect of what part of the separation of church and state don't you understand? You don't know what you're talking about. Please just don't spend so much time on Twitter. Get a job, do whatever it is you do, but you gotta you don't know what you're talking about. So we can do it. We've come up with a plan that our own attorney says works. If you vote no on this, I am not casting any aspersions. I'm not saying you're Satanists or anything else. I said this at the last meeting. I just want to be clear because comments were made and I understand it's a heated issue. That doesn't mean I'm more religious than you or anything else. I am not implying that one way or the other. I'm simply putting something forward that I think was really controversial. We obviously had a lot of people in the community who felt strongly about it. I think delaying is a mistake. I personally wanted to make my motion first, and then we could have discussed the continuance, but he called on Councilwoman Pastor first, so I still wanted to bring my thing forward because I found last time too many cooks in the kitchen, and all of a sudden it just became a big mess. A mess, frankly, I didn't appreciate it because it made it look like maybe I didn't do my homework, and we spent hours talking with attorneys about this. I wasn't happy the way that turned out. I wasn't happy to read basically everything that had been told to me in the Republic, making it sound like everything we were doing was fine, and then apparently somewhere along the line somebody decided it wasn't fine and never even corrected it in the newspaper and so forth. Not going to make that same mistake again, so please don't say, well, this is bad, it's a sneak attack or something. We got the city attorney saying, it sounds like it works. You know, I guess that is our court of resort. We've got other lawyers here who I think will say the same if you guys need to hear from them. So we've tried to cover every base. I was pretty surprised because Councilman DeCiccio actually had talked about the chaplain issue. I believe it was actually in the newspaper in January. So everybody's had plenty of time to think about this as an idea. And so here we are. So we've got a motion before us. I guess we're going to vote it up and down. If there's any more legal advice that needs to be had, I will say last time we had executive sessions, and then it seemed like everything that was said in that executive session was suddenly fair game here. I didn't understand that at all. I was a little surprised the city attorney didn't stop that conversation the last time it happened, but it did. So why not just do it in public like we're going to do right now? So here we are. There's the motion.
Thank you very much, Councilman DeCiccio, and then I'll turn back to Councilman Pastor and Vice Mayor. Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know, one of the things, we have Brett Harvey, who is a national attorney who actually argued the Grease case, which is a national case. I believe he went to the Supreme Court on that. So he can even come up here and speak to this. And if you, let's, you know, I'm not casting any aspersions on anybody. Okay, I'm a very direct person. I am, and I'm going to continue to be that way. But the bottom line is this, is that if you look at the way this thing was timed, everybody's had plenty of time to decide whether or not this should be continued on or something. You know, everyone's had a lot of time on this thing. The idea of the chaplain came up, regardless of whether we talked to the fire, police, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter whether that occurred or not. I mean, it's just one more thing. In my mind, it looks like that, okay? So what you end up happening here is if it doesn't, then if you don't get the volunteers, you don't get the volunteers. It goes back to like what the city attorney said, it goes back to that if you don't get the volunteers for that one event. But to continue this any longer, you got people that have waited here, what, almost 3.5 hours. They want to talk, we're gonna let that happen. But if you want to, I'm going to give an out on this. Let me give you an out. If everybody's really interested in, passing something through, just thought of it, you can pass the concept like we do on a regular basis, and then have staff come back to us in 2 weeks with the details. If that is what everybody says they want to pass the prayer, we can say we're going to go back to the city of Phoenix having a 65-year tradition of prayer, and this is the general guidelines we want them to come back to us with the specific details. They can do that. So that can be passed today that way. But I'm just, like I said, I'm giving out. If not, I'm good with where we're at right now. I'm ready to vote on this. I'm ready to make the city of Phoenix decide one way or the other if we're going to have prayer back at the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Pastor?
No.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Of all the conversations that were had with attorneys, and I think that's a great thing, I wonder how many conversations have been had with the police chief or the fire chief or an actual chaplain. It states in the motion that a chaplain would be asked to do these things. So yes, it does matter. To say it doesn't matter, that part doesn't matter. That part is the sticking point of this motion. So are we here to continue with the rhetoric, or are we here to actually solve a problem, solve an issue? You're not the only one, Councilman, who wants prayer back at City Hall. I also want to uphold the Constitution, okay? So I think what we need to do is be responsible, and if we're going to solve this issue, let's be methodical, let's be responsible, and let's solve the issue. And, I think... and I appreciate the attorney being here. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is not whether this is legal or not. I think our own city attorney would tell us that it's legal. How do we actually implement this? It's a simple conversation to have with the proper channels. Is this a conversation that we should be having with the police chief and fire chief? Will the chaplains in place for public safety, would they be willing to do it? If they're not willing to do it, should we have our own chaplain? These are some of the things that we should have a conversation about and figure out, so that when we do bring prayer into the council chambers under this model, it works. We're not talking rhetoric. We're not talking about, continuing this type of a storyline. We're actually trying to solve an issue. We're actually doing it methodically and responsibly. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. All right, Councilman Waring, you had a question?
I did. So first, I think some of us are trying to solve a problem. That's how this came to be here. We put pen to paper, and here it is. So if it's not perfect, it's not perfect, but there we go. So my question is, if we wanted to, so this is a substitute, so is it amendable by a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious, because it isn't even changeable at this point. I mean, it's on the table, so it's going to get voted on one way or the other, correct? Before we get back to a continuance if it failed.
If there's a motion a substitute motion on the floor, there's been a second. Council members that believe that we should support Councilwoman Pastor's request for continuance to get the legal advice in the meantime, and then have a vote on this at a later time, would vote no on the motion, and then have the opportunity to vote on the continuance. So yeah, the substitute motion will receive a vote here this evening.
So I guess, Mayor, to Councilman DeCicio's point, I'm trying to ferret out how it would actually work. What Councilman DeCicio said is there'd be kind of a 2-week delay that how would that work, Brad? How would we do what he suggests? If that's what we want to do, to give everybody a couple weeks and get your advice. It sounds like you've already given legal advice. This is constitutional, so at least to your mind, we've covered that. I know lawyers tend to disagree, but.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, so one of the things that's in the motion is that it contemplates a new Rule 14. That would have to be done by ordinance. So we don't have an ordinance tonight. We've done this before where you can essentially vote to adopt an ordinance or direct staff to bring back an ordinance that's consistent. But we don't have an ordinance tonight, and we would need an ordinance in order to adopt a new Rule 14, as is indicated in the substitute motion. So that could come back in a couple of weeks or some longer period of time if necessary to draft the motion, to do the homework that's been talked about, checking with the chaplains and so forth. I'm sorry.
Draft the ordinance.
I'm sorry, the ordinance. I keep saying the motion. I apologize. The ordinance needs to be drafted and brought back to effectuate a rule change to the council rules.
So today, can I do a follow-up? Mayor, Brad, so tonight we'd be voting on what's there, but that would be sort of the outline, and then you would come back and fill in the details, including somebody talking to the chaplains to see if they're willing. I suspect some chaplains will be willing. Is that the way this would sort of procedurally work in human, not lawyer terms?
Yes.
No offense.
Councilman Waring, yes, that's how it will work essentially, that you would adopt the policy tonight and direct staff to come back with an ordinance.
And that seems, Mayor, to address Councilman Vice Mayor Valenzuela's concern. I'm sorry, I already demoted you. I apologize. Not till next week, yeah. But I went through the same thing. You'll get over it. But but is that, structurally, procedurally, it sounds like that's what's going to happen anyway.
I'm not sure I understood that question.
Well, so you have to come back and draft Rule 14 and so forth anyway. Somebody in that interim could talk to the chaplains anyway. So if you vote for this, in 2 weeks you come back and then we're good to go, assuming we vote for it.
In 2 weeks, we could certainly bring back an ordinance that accomplishes the purpose of the substitute motion.
Are you guys good with that?
That's what I said earlier.
Explain that again.
Real quick, we're going to have we don't have an informal vote before the vote. We'll have a formal vote in just a few moments.
Well, let's not vote. That's
I think the suggestion is the request for the continuance based upon requesting legal advice on this item, as Brad has given us some advice here tonight, but didn't feel comfortable giving us final conclusion, wanted to do that in executive session. My understanding is that your motion was we might do this, we might do something else, we might keep the current policy, but either way, we need to get more significant legal advice before doing so. That was what the request for the continuance was. I certainly, as a matter of professional courtesy to my colleague, would support a continuance for that very important reason. What they're suggesting is let's pass the concept and then work on the details. The question is we haven't obviously gotten the legal advice even on the concept, the full legal advice that we would get with the advantage of an executive session. Councilman Pastore, did you have a question above and beyond that?
No, I wanted to get that clear because I want to understand the whole chaplain thing. That's what I asked today. I kept asking all day, and I was said there needed to be more time. So that's why I'm asking for a continuance.
Okay, so the question continuance stands and it's been substituted. Okay, so now I'm going to turn to members of the public who will have testimony or who want to give testimony for this council. The current proposal on the table is to have City of Phoenix Fire and Police chaplains be the exclusive provider of invocations before this City Council. I guess it doesn't address whether those that were in the queue waiting to provide invocation would provide the invocation before we started the policy or not, if we're going to continue with invocation. But that's an issue, I guess, for discussion in executive session. That's a very important decision that needs to be made. First speaker would be Ms. Kim Sutherland. The issue on the table is the substitute motion, but I'll also take any, if you have a particular feeling about continuance, no continuance, I'll take testimony on that as well. Ms. Sutherland, please. Up to 2 minutes.
Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm moved to see that there is movement in this that sounds like the outcome will be that prayer will be restored. But I'll go ahead and read what I had prepared. It's a peculiar time in which we live. There are different decisions to be made daily. This branch of government, like other branches, is a microcosm of life on what takes place in this country, town by town. This government represents our community. What takes place here in this community represents what may then take place on a larger scale. What is appropriate in how we as Christian citizens express our rights to pray and to hold to our historical heritage will be represented here. Within efforts to enjoy equitable freedoms, where will we draw the line for those rights and beliefs we hold dear? The historical framework on which this country was built. The Supreme Court has defined legislative prayer. I'm asking myself, based on this new policy adopted, what shall we decide? What shall we forfeit? What's left that's important? Will we give up our God-given position to invite the presence of our Creator into our governmental affairs, seeking His direction and favor? This is historically the purpose of legislative prayer. It is a volatile subject for which I believe we will answer not to the multitude, but to the one. We will, out of fear of those who oppose God, hand over the baton and acquiesce to others who declare they have equal rights to stand in this place, historically reserved for a holy invocation directed to God. I am vehemently opposed to showing God the door in any manner, for then we are held accountable for our own choice to deny Him and invoking His presence in a more palatable way.
Thank you. Ms. Sutherland, we have up to 2 minutes each speaker, well beyond that at this point. If you have a chance to finish your thoughts, please.
I just want to say that this is historical, and it's important. And I'm glad to hear the conversation today, although there have been some confusion, that it will be cleared up. And what the decision made here and the voices spoken will speak, for future generations. And so I applaud you in taking this as a very serious matter. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Antonio Velasquez, followed by Pastor Asbel Gonzalez.
Antonio left.
Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's really, I'm glad to be here this afternoon.
Good to see you.
Okay, I enjoy your decisions this afternoon. Pero I want to do this bilingual with my youth pastor.
That's perfectly fine, because you're going to translate?
Yeah. Yes.
And then make sure we get additional time for the translation.
No, we okay. Thank you, sir. Tenemos ya 5 horas aquí nosotros.
We have 5 hours here.
Quiero felicitar a Michael.
We want to congratulate Michael.
A Decision.
Sal Decision.
A Jim.
Y
al otro cónsul que no está aquí.
And also the other councilman that's not here.
La bendición de Dios sea siempre sobre ustedes.
And the blessing of God may be over you.
Y sus carreras políticas.
And your political careers.
Lo que se está decidiendo aquí es bienestar, paz y reposo para la ciudad.
What is being decided here is the well-being and peace and rest over society.
Cuando hay un pueblo que ora,
when there are people that pray,
la ciudad está en paz.
The city is at peace.
Creo que hay algunos de ustedes que dijeron ser hombres de fe.
And I think I heard some of you state that you're men of faith.
Los hombres de fe no se asustan ante cualquier demanda.
The men of faith are not scared under no threat.
Daniel, el joven sabio que mandó a traer Nabucodonosor a Jerusalén.
Now, Daniel, the wise youth that demanded to bring the king Nebuchadnezzar,
nunca se corrompió.
He was never corrupted.
Con la comida
with the food
de Nabucodonosor.
With his meals of the king's food.
Desafortunadamente,
Now, unfortunately,
tenemos gente que no puede ver eso
we have people that cannot see this,
y que corre ante la verdad.
and they run away from the truth.
Queremos la oración
We want prayer.
de la manera que ustedes lo decidan, pero queremos la oración.
We want prayer in any way that you decide, but we need prayer.
Daniel,
Daniel,
tú dijiste que ser un hombre de fe,
Daniel, you stated that you're a man of faith.
no tengas miedo a las demandas.
Don't be scared of the threats.
Dios es grande y poderoso.
God is great and mighty.
Dios fue capaz de salvar a Daniel del pozo de los leones.
God was able to save Daniel from the lion's den.
No te hagas cómplice de gente que no cree en la oración.
Don't be an accomplice of people that do not believe in prayer.
Veo cómo estuvieron tranquilos toda la tarde
And I saw how you were so relaxed all
y
evening.
solo se habló de la
And
oración
we just stated prayer,
y como que hubo una inquietud terrible.
and then there was a terrible restlessness.
Señor alcalde,
Mayor,
estamos orando por usted y
we're,
por su
we're
familia,
praying for you and your family,
pero queremos su respaldo
but we want your backing
por el bienestar y el reposo de la ciudad.
for the well-being and the rest upon the city.
Nosotros como pastores no miramos el reloj.
Now, us as pastors, we don't look at the time.
Yo les aseguro que puedo estar con ustedes aquí primera, segunda, tercera y cuarta
I
vigilia.
can assure you I can be here all night, first, second, third, and fourth watch.
Aquí hay un hombre que tiene 6 horas, 82 años tiene.
Here we have an 82-year-old man who's been standing here for 6 hours.
Orando 51 años en la ciudad de
He's
Phoenix.
been praying for 51 years here in the city of Phoenix.
Y ahí está firme, 82 años.
He's 82 years of age and he's standing firm.
Hombres como él,
Men like him
que nunca han corrido durante cualquier adversidad.
that have not ran away from any threat.
Así es que Daniel,
So Daniel,
si tú eres un hombre de fe,
if you're a man of faith,
vamos a traer la oración de
let's
vuelta.
bring prayer back.
El alcalde tendrá su propia decisión,
The mayor will have his own decision.
pero creo que todos los que estamos aquí
But I think that everybody who is here,
velamos por el bienestar de esta ciudad.
we watch over the well-being
En
of
lo
the city.
particular vengo tercera generación de ministros.
In my situation, 3 generations of ministers.
I already have 29 years in this city praying for you guys. 29 years praying for this city. And I know, I'm sure, if God give me 50, 100 years more, I keep here praying for this nation. We love this nation. We love this city. And we know the devil only get destruction, the evil. Don't open the doors to the evil. Let's bring back the prayer. We are ready here. Please, we need your help too. Dios
God
libró a los 3 jóvenes
set the 3 youth.
que Nabucodonosor quiso corromper con su maldad.
He set them free from which the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar wanted to corrupt them.
Y Dios los libró del horno 7 veces más caliente de lo normal.
And God set them free from an oven which was 7 times hotter than normal.
Daniel, tu carrera
your career
está en las manos de Dios.
is in God's hands.
Vamos a traer la oración de vuelta.
Let's bring prayer back.
Amamos esta nación.
We love this nation.
No dejes que nada ni nadie corrompa tus valores.
Don't let anybody corrupt your values.
Porque son divinos de parte de Dios.
Because they are divine and they are from God.
Gracias, señor alcalde.
Thank you, Mayor.
Y gracias a todos los cónsules de la ciudad.
I thank you all the council men and women.
Thank you so much. Let's see, that was Pastor Gonzalez. That was Pastor Gonzalez. You had many people donate time. Do you think it's some very
Mayor,
Vice
I
Mayor,
do
of course.
want to, first of all, Pastor, thank you so much for your prayers on our city and on for me personally. I will assure you that my faith is incredibly personal and incredibly strong. I also pray. I also pray. I also. Pastor, prayers never left this building as far as I'm concerned. Yesterday, when we start each meeting with a silent moment of prayer, though you may not have heard a word, I will assure you that I prayed. I pray every time, before every meeting. So anyone who assumes that prayer has left the building is wrong. Prayer has never left the building as far as I'm concerned. What I would ask that our pastors do is actually sit down and understand the actual facts that we are dealing with, because it's, on one hand, what I'd like to do is, personally, is assure that people have an opportunity to pray and assure that people's constitutional rights are protected. Not just some people, but everyone's constitutional rights are are respected and upheld. And I would ask that you sit down with everyone on this council. You and I have never sat down. I understand you sat down with some of my colleagues. I'd like to sit down with you as well so that you certainly understand all the information that we have and why we've had to make some of the decisions that we've had. This, again, going back to this particular motion, trying to bring prayer back into verbal prayer, I should say, back into the council chambers. It's not just the idea of a couple of people on this council. Regardless of what they may tell you, regardless of how many people they may email and send out, and you may want to question their motives as far as I'm concerned. But speaking for me and my household, I am a man of faith. I am a non-denominational Christian. I raised my family with those values, and I, regardless of how some may judge me, I am certainly a man of faith and very comfortable with that, and I'd like you to know that as well. So thank you so much again for your prayers and for being here.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilman DeCiccio, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to the pastor, and I'd like to speak to him in Spanish since it's primary language. Señor Pastor y los otros pastores que están aquí, muchas gracias para todo lo que haces en esta comunidad. Es importante que está aquí y la fuerza de ustedes y los que van a sus iglesias es importante. Muchas gracias para toda.
So Sal was just thanking all the pastors for being here, for speaking up, and for supporting prayer, and that they represent all their parishioners. And thank you for being here, and thank you for representing your churches.
Thank you very much. Pastor Diaz, Modesto Diaz. Oh.
I thought you said Pastor Gonzalez.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much.
I thought you were in the card that you donated time, but obviously not. Go right ahead.
It's okay. If bringing back prayer verbally to this place, it's legal, it's constitutional, and it's something real good, and it's something that the community wants, I think that you should decide about this as soon as possible. And I do believe that the community, we want this back because I have a relationship very close with so many pastors, so many businessmen. Most of the legislators are my friends, and my friend Anthony Kern was here the last time with a list of many signatures saying, supporting us as pastors. And I talked to most of the senators, state senators who are my friends, and federal senators who are my friends, and talked to many police officers who are my friends just about this. They all want the prayer verbally. And pastors and business people. The last time we were here, we were different kind of ethnic groups, Hispanics, Anglos, Asians. So this is something that is legal, that is constitutional, that is real good, and the community wants it back. So please help us to have it back, the prayer verbally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Now Pastor Diaz, followed by Pastor Joe Garcia. Pastor Modesto Diaz.
Sí, por favor. Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Me dirijo a ustedes con todo respeto.
I come to you with all due respect.
Soy el Pastor Modesto Díaz.
My name is Pastor Modesto Díaz.
Cuando un país,
when a place,
cuando un estado,
when a state,
cuando una ciudad,
when a city,
cuando una persona en particular,
when a person themselves
le cierra la puerta a Dios,
shuts the door to God,
se perdió todo.
Everything is lost.
Estamos expuestos.
We are exposed
a cualquier ataque del enemigo.
To any attack of the enemy.
Aunque ustedes no lo entiendan, algunos de ustedes,
maybe some of you don't understand.
Este asunto es espiritual.
This spiritual thing.
Si le cerramos la puerta a Dios,
if we shut the door on God,
veremos más divorcios,
we will see more divorces,
veremos más problemas en las calles,
more problems in the streets,
más problemas en las escuelas,
more problems in schools.
Y luego no nos hagamos una pregunta.
Then we ask ourselves,
¿por qué hay asesinatos acá continuamente?
Why so many killings continually?
¿Por qué hay muchos problemas en las escuelas?
Why so many problems in our schools?
Hemos cerrado la puerta a Dios.
We've shut the door on God.
Y desafortunadamente,
unfortunately,
la mayoría,
the majority,
no entendemos
we don't understand
que este asunto es espiritual.
that this is a spiritual battle.
Nosotros
We
todo el tiempo estamos tratando con los jóvenes,
are always talking and dealing with young people,
con los matrimonios,
with marriages,
que no haya división,
for no divisions to happen.
pero necesitamos la ayuda de ustedes.
But we need your help.
Necesitamos matrimonios sólidos,
We need solid marriages.
necesitamos familias sólidas
We need solid families
para poder tener para que seamos mejores humanos.
so we could be better humans.
Les pido
I ask,
que consideren una vez más esto.
consider it.
Invitemos a
This one more
Jesús.
time. Let's invite Jesus.
Invitemos y abrámosle la puerta,
Let's open up the door to
así
him.
como cambió mi vida,
Just like he
así
changed
como
my
ha
life.
cambiado muchas vidas.
Like he's changed many
Él lo
lives.
puede hacer
He can do
con
it.
muchos de ustedes
With many of you,
y con mucha gente.
with many people.
Agradecemos a los policías que están aquí presentes,
We thank the policemen that are here present,
que trabajan día tras día para controlar la ciudad.
that they work day by day to have control over our city.
También nosotros trabajamos,
We also work,
pero con el interior de las personas.
but with the interior of people.
A eso Jesús nos manda.
That's what Jesus sent us out to do.
Abrámosle la puerta
Let's open up the door
a Jesús.
to Jesus.
Él tiene la solución.
He's got the solution.
Dios les bendiga en esta tarde y
God bless you
gracias
this afternoon, and thank you
por su tiempo.
for your time.
Thank you
I
so
am-
very much.
I am Pastor Joe Garcia.
Please.
Thank you so much for the time, Mayor and council people here. You know, if you can understand just a little bit in the spiritual realm, we began to have a lot of problems. You were speaking about last time that we were here with you. It was a chaos. We all saw it. Why this is happening? It all began when Satanists were trying to come in. If you do not see or understand the spiritual realm of this, you know, we bless you. We are not against you. We bless each and every one of you because you are working for our city, for the best of our city. And this is a reason for our prayer. I want to explain a little bit. To us, prayer, it's like if we took our Pledge of Allegiance away. It's so awesome when we stand up and we do our Pledge of Allegiance, and we do say, let's remember, we do mention the name of God in our Pledge of Allegiance. And this is very important, even in our money, in our American money, in God we trust. Now, why are we so much into our prayer? Why have we spent 5 hours here in order to speak, which I thank you that you allowed us to speak. We waited patiently for our turn, and thank you for that. But why so much prayer? Why do we come so strong on this? We have the troops of America that protect America. We have them on air and sea, everywhere. We have them taken care day and night. We do the same work spiritually. We are the spiritual workers that watch over our city. Men that come into the city of Phoenix, pastors that come into the city of Phoenix, and thank you, Sal DeCiccio, for what you're doing. Thank you, Michael Nowakowski, and all those that are for this. Thank you so much. May God deeply bless you, you and your families, and all of you who are behind right now, behind everything that you're doing. We realize that you have a lot of pressure. We realize that there's a lot of people coming for you and against you. We pray for you so
Thank
that
you.
God will bless you and He will put in your minds beautiful things that we can have done in our
Thank you.
cities.
We have 2 minutes per speaker, Pastor. I very much appreciate your words.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Mayor, I will be
Vice-
joining by phone. I do have another
City meeting. Okay, thank you.
city meeting, but I will be on the phone. Thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Pastor Gonzalez, Jose Gonzalez? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. How about Shawnee Corbin? Followed by Stephen Lazar.
Greetings, Mayor Stanton, councilmen, councilwomen. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be heard and to speak today. As I said before, gatekeepers and guardians of our city, we pray for you. We know that you have a lot on your plate, and we just want to voice, we are very thankful that you have governed us in such a way where we do still have freedom of religion. I want to just mention to you in the Sunday paper, which after we introduced a moment of prayer, a moment of silence, called The Last Prayer, that there was a pastor by the name of Charles Johnson. And I quote what he said, it was very prophetic, that everywhere people will look at Phoenix and say, we want to be like them. And as leaders, and especially the city of Phoenix, which is the capital of the state, everything we do, every decision we make trickles down to other cities. We want to leave a clear path for those other cities to follow us. Unfortunately, we were attacked with a decision of letting the Satanic Temple pray. We dodged one bullet and were hit by another bullet, which silenced the prayer with a moment of prayer, even though I know that you pray silently. We want the religious freedom to invoke, as it says on our great seal, Deus, that God enriches. We want him invoked into our city, that others can follow. But because if we leave a clear path, it won't happen as it did in Scottsdale. That now, because they didn't want to be like us and have prayer removed, that the Satanists are going to be allowed to invoke their deity, which I do not call a deity, but curses and rather than blessings over that city. So I thank you for this, that you have brought this motion to us, that we can be sure that God will still be in our public square in the capital of Arizona.
Thank you so much, Ms. Corbin.
Okay.
We have 2 minutes
you.
for a speaker. I appreciate it. We have a few other speakers as well. Stephen Lazar, did you provide testimony, followed by Joyce Lazar?
Greetings, Mayor, and all committee members. My name is Stephen Lazar. I'm a Messianic Jew. I'm an ordained evangelist, and I am a business entrepreneur who owns 2 local businesses. I thank you for an open ear and an open heart. I can tell you now that Solomon was one of the wisest people ever on the planet, but he was, in the end, ended up falling after gods that were not gods, and the temple was destroyed. So we are in a place of receiving the blessings from the Most High God over our city, over our country. And it says, if my people, this is God speaking, would repent and turn from their wicked ways, God would hear from heaven and he would heal the land. What we do here will determine what will happen in every single state. The Satanists came in for one reason. They wanted prayer out to take away the blessings over us. We need prayer to maintain the blessings for our businesses, for our families, and for our lives. This decision is critical. We must choose to honor the Creator, the God of Israel. It says, God bless America. God is saying, will America bless God? Obedience is greater than sacrifice. Your decision today is an eternal decision. Please do what is right in the eyes of God, man, and community. In the name of Yeshua, the Messiah of Israel, amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lazar. Joyce Lazar?
Thank you for allowing us to say what is needed. It is important that we keep God in our lives. It is important because as we do and obey and follow His ways, we as a nation, as a state, and as persons, we will be blessed, and you will see greater change in your own personal lives as you honor God's ways. Do not take this lightly. The great I am that I am, He loves all His children. He does want the best for each of you. He wants the best for every state. He wants a good, godly leader who will honor him. And as you pray each day, he will give you the wisdom and the discernment to make wise decisions. These decisions must be honored. As we do so, God will bless you. I thank you for allowing me to say this, and do give it time in prayer, because as you do for God, as you do for your brother and sister, in this nation, in this state, in this city, and everywhere, as we do, we shall be blessed. I know that as we follow God's will and his ways, you will see other countries will follow also. But if we ignore God's will and his ways, we lose the blessings. We lose the protection as a state, as a country. We can't afford to lose God's covering on our lives. Please listen.
Thank you so much.
You, and may each of you be blessed. In the name of Jesus the Christ and the great I am that I am, and he does talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lazar, for your comments and your prayers. Reverend Carter, Reverend Pamela Carter, did you provide testimony? Good to see you. Thank you for your patience.
I want to thank the City of Phoenix council members and our mayor for reconsidering this whole situation. I live in Scottsdale, and I did not see the fighters that I see up here today. So I so appreciate your cooperation. I lift up, in God we trust. How unconstitutional is this? Can you tell me? We spend this every day. And I just want to, I am an ordained minister as well as a chaplain, and I would be willing to volunteer anytime you need a chaplain. And I know many of us would.
Thank you for that generous offer.
Thank you. Am I out of time?
You are not. You have a few. You can close. Finish your closing thought.
I just said that I would volunteer. But I just want to bless each and every one of you for all the work you do. I know that all these decisions must be enormous on your plate. But our prayers, our thoughts, our love, we send to you and all of you who stand up for what we believe in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Carter. Reverend Nunez, Eve Nunez.
Thank you, Mayor and councilmen and councilwomen. I see progress. I can see that God has answered our prayers. We've been praying much for all of you. But I'm asking today that we have no more delays. When the attorney said that it is constitutional and that all we need to do is add, I know there's an ordinance that you have to add to this petition, but if we have firemen, police officers, we have plenty of chaplains. I know Councilman Valenzuela said national chaplains. I am a national chaplain and have 24 that work in my organization that would be willing to also volunteer their services. But I'm asking the council members not to stop playing, tossing the ball of my faith, my religion back and forth. I'm asking you to come together and vote. Don't let prayer pass up again. There's 39.7% Christians in the city of Phoenix. That's a large constituency. It's one thing to have your constituents mad at you, but to have God mad at you, that could be the great and terrible day of the Lord. So I'm asking you on behalf of the 75 different churches that I represent under the Assemblies of God, I'm the Government Affairs Director, that you please vote on it today and stop passing it on. You have the language, you have the constitutional, So we ask that you please pass it, and we can find you the names later. If you want some of our names to put on it to pass it today, you can use Reverend Cordova's name, Carter back here, Reverend Gonzalez. We'd be glad to have our names put on that petition to volunteer. But I pray that God blesses you, that he keeps you, that he makes his face shine upon you, that he be gracious to you, that he lift his countenance upon you. Please know that I pray for each of you individually and your families. We pray blessings on you, but let us do our job and be the ministers and the gatekeepers of the city. We thank you for your time. God
Mayor.
bless you.
Thank you very much. Councilman DeCiccio, you had a question
Just
or
if I
comment?
could to Ms. Nunez, just to be very clear and make sure the public understands this, because I know it's come up. The only reason we're debating this today is because the public is forcing the issue to happen. That's how important this is today. It's not because it was done voluntarily. Remember how it happened last time.
Right.
And that's why I think there's a level of distrust, is that because this council had every opportunity to try to make it work last time, but they chose to ban the prayer. That's what occurred. We can talk about it,
Not
call it whatever
true.
you want to do, but
And
the
I've
bottom
got-
line,
And I've got lots of calls. We have lots of constituents that are upset that are members in churches in the city of Phoenix. I have been a pastor in the city of Phoenix for over 40 years. So I've not only had youth, but I've had parents, and what is going to happen? Please decide. We're
remember,
asking you
it
to
was-
come together and decide.
Councilman DeCiccio, did you have a follow-up?
just remember, it was the public
Yes.
that demanded this happen today.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, good. I don't know if any other council members wanted to respond or no? Okay.
I just said it wasn't true.
That's not true, okay. Brett Kleinman, did you provide testimony on this item? Followed by Brett Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm up here and probably going to be giving the one opposite testimony to what's been spoken this evening so far. I initially came planning to speak solely my own opinion, but I feel I have to address some of the comments that have been made. I feel there's a level of disingenuity in some of the comments that have been made this evening so far in this public comment section. Very rarely do we have a large crowd at this meeting to make sure they're here to see the invocation. Very rarely do people log on to their websites at home to watch the invocation before they find out what the City Council does. The invocation has occurred, and I am personally for prayer with it. I believe the manner in which this is trying to be forced through tonight is the wrong decision. Whether or not the proposal is legal or not doesn't answer the question as to whether or not people can sue this legal proposal for what's happened over the past month. I don't believe that question's been answered by the city attorney. And skipping over that step is inviting a huge amount of money being spent by the city by fiscal conservatives who say, we don't want to spend $1 on the airport, but we're willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight over prayer. I know in the Jewish religion and in many other faiths, the most sincere prayer, the most deep and meaningful prayer is a time of self-meditation, the time where you pray to yourself in a chapel, in a temple, and you look inside and say, what can I do better? What have I done wrong? How can I make this world a better place? That is the most powerful method of prayer. To say that doesn't work here, to say it's not necessary or effective, is insulting many people's ability and desire to pray. Also, there are subcommittee meetings every day in this city. There's no invocation before those meetings. I would hope all the members behind me and all the members of the city of Phoenix still pray for successful meetings, still pray for the right decisions to be made, even though we're not invoking a prayer before those meetings begin.
Thank you so much. We have 2 minutes testimony. I think Councilman Murray may have a question for you.
No, for Brad, but to a point he raised. So it's an excellent point. Can we accept legal counsel that's donated to us from experts in this area? And if not, why not? We have one who's going to speak next, so it's a timely question.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So if we get sued by the Satanists or anybody else about this policy, Because we could get sued for anything. So to not do something because you get sued, I think we covered that. I think the quote last time was you could get sued for walking out your door. It's how far it gets in court. That would depend.
And the question is, could we accept pro bono legal counsel?
Yes.
You know, Mayor, Councilman Waring, I'm not prepared to answer that tonight. We generally have contracts with all of our council. In fact, we do have contracts with all of our council. And so we don't ordinarily pick somebody that we don't already have a contract with and we haven't vetted through our procurement process. I suppose in an extraordinary case, we could at least think about that issue.
Okay. So it's not a no. Could people donate money? If we found donors who wanted to cover our legal bills on this issue, we accept that.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, I don't have any idea on that. I'd have to examine that one. I'm not sure.
So, but the statements Mr. Kleiman made are not necessarily indicative of anything except his opinion. Because he doesn't know, because you don't know. I don't see how he could know if you don't know.
It's fair to say that I don't know.
Yes, fair enough.
We generally, if there is a donation to the city for a particular purpose, we often have to set up a foundation in which to accept those resources for the particular, otherwise they go to the city general fund. Normally, we don't accept donations for a particular, financial donations for a particular purpose, but often we do a Parks Foundation, et cetera. I don't think the law department has a foundation supporting it at this time. Mr. Kleiman, you have...
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman Waring, I'm not saying my opinion is necessarily the right opinion, but I suppose that is my number one fear in saying, let's vote on this and let's make a decision this evening, because there are too many unanswered questions. And I respect the fact that prayer can be and should be in these meetings, but the manner in which this is being done, it's irresponsible, this city council, to make decisions with so many unanswered questions still out there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleiman. Mr. Brett Harvey? And then followed by Joanne Scott Woods. Mr. Harvey.
Mayor Stanton and esteemed members of the council, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. I am a citizen of Phoenix. I live in the North Valley. I happen to be an attorney and had the privilege of representing the town of Greece before the U.S. Supreme Court when they were recently there challenged for their invocation process, which gave me a pretty fair opportunity to evaluate the constitutional parameters surrounding invocations. This is certainly a matter of legitimate concern, and I appreciate you taking the matter seriously. There is no need to have an all-comers policy to hand the mic over to anyone who wants to come, whether they're from out of town, in town. That the Constitution does not require that, nor does the city of Phoenix necessarily choose a wise course if they were to just hand the mic over to anyone and everyone. But there is a reason why the U.S. Congress for the last 200 plus years in every state in this country opens their meetings with prayers, and it's because it has proven to be a useful and beneficial thing. As Justice O'Connor wrote in a Supreme Court opinion almost 20 years ago, opening meetings with prayer is an opportunity for elected officials to center their mind, set aside petty differences, work together, recognize that which is worthy of honor and respect, and promote that amongst the community. You lose some of that if you just simply do a moment of silence. You miss out on some of those benefits. It's not unconstitutional to do a moment of silence, but the Supreme Court has made it clear that it is certainly constitutional if you choose to open your meeting with a spoken prayer. But the city is certainly free to set aside, make common sense rules that work best for the community. And I will just be brief. This is not about discrimination. This is about honoring tradition, meeting the spiritual needs of elected officials, humbly requesting divine guidance, and taking advantage of chaplains that are already demonstrated the commitment to the community certainly makes sense and keeps the council from having to pick and choose who prays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Councilman Waring has a question.
Thank you. So the U.S. Congress and the state legislatures, all 50 of them, it sounds like, open their sessions with prayer and have since the country's founding. Is that a fair statement? It sounds like that's what you just said.
Yeah, it started with the Continental Congress before we were a country. The very first Congress voted to hire chaplains to give their prayers. They have done so since 1789 when the Constitution was passed, and all 50 states take advantage of this opportunity as well.
So again, I mentioned this earlier, if you are on my Twitter or my Facebook saying separation of church and state, et cetera, this is a constitutional scholar who does this for a living pretty much every day of his life. I assume he has a great passion for it because that's what he's doing. Probably could make more money doing something else. So again, if you're debating this man, effectively through me, on the Twitter, and your Twitter handle is Grandpa Munster or something like that, I am assuming that constitutional scholars probably don't use Twitter handles like Grandpa Munster. I've had that. That's my guess, anyway. It's an educated guess, I think. So maybe less popping off. We just had someone get up and use words like disingenuous, and I think irresponsible were the two words. Well, guess what I did, Brent? I went and talked to an actual constitutional scholar who does this for a living. That was my source of information. I wonder what yours was. He's donated his time to defend cities, correct? So apparently it can be done. Have there been cases where wealthy people have donated money to defend cities? I don't know the answer to that, so that's not a leading question.
There have been opportunities where citizens have set up funds to collect funds to defend legal challenges.
So some of us want to get up and debate these issues like we've really done a lot of study, maybe more than some of us up here, but that isn't always the case. So I would caution people in the future who get up to this podium, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion, but if you haven't done any research whatsoever, bold statements like irrational or irresponsible or like we're being flippant or something, when you haven't done any research, and I've done a lot, maybe that's not what you'd be saying at this podium. So I appreciate that you spent your time, Mr. Harvey. I know it's very valuable. You spent a fair amount of time meeting with us. We've had quite a few meetings about this. I was present at one you were at. Appreciate very much your willingness to come here, since, as somebody else suggested, the last meeting was such a hash. I wish we would have had you here for that. So thank you very much.
I appreciate the opportunity
I'm
to
sure probably
speak.
other people have questions, but I just wanted to get that off my chest.
Thank you very much. Appreciate Councilor Warren. I'm not aware of the city ever accepting donation for legal services. Obviously, at the state, they did it. Snell and Wilmer took donations when they were the lawyers for the state on the 1070 litigation. There are other comments?
question.
Councilwoman, please, Katie.
If the city of Phoenix decided to change the rules governing prayer to discriminate against a religion such as Catholics, so our stated intent was to prevent Catholics from praying, would that be legal?
If you intended to discriminate against a particular...
And stated it. We were very open that that was our goal.
You would face a challenge and likely lose.
Thank you.
Councilman Ceci, you had a question?
Yeah, so I want to go back into this, and Brent, I want to thank you as well for everything that you've done. Just so that people understand his work on this, the work that we put, if you look at some of the stuff, came from Brett, and the different ideas were sent to the city attorney. We've gone through this for months and months, and actually I think the city of Phoenix just looks horrible today. I think everything's looking bad. From what's happening here, it looks like it's confusing. It just doesn't look good. We've had plenty of time to look into this thing, Brett. And so if you look at some of the stuff that we've discussed and the way this motion was put together, is what we put together constitutional?
There's certainly nothing wrong with appointing a chaplain and limiting that to those who have already committed to the community. Serving our first responders would be perfectly acceptable constitutionally.
And this was also part of the document that he put together that we sent to the city attorney, I think back in the first week of February. So a lot of this stuff could have easily been handled, but it wasn't. And now all of a sudden we're facing another situation that makes Phoenix look bad. And Phoenix is, the way it looks right now, it looks like they're going to vote against prayer again today and continue it. But I don't know. Thank you, Brett, for being here today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Joanne Scott Woods, did you have testimony you want to provide to this council?
I want to give some background as it applies to my petition for the silent minute.
in lieu of an invocation or moment of silence. The Silent Minute is a historic movement that began with the United Kingdom in 1940 during the Blitz. It was recognized by our country by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and it was observed on battlefields, on land and sea, in air raids, in hospitals. It was revived after 9/11 and continues today, diverting focus to areas of the world where there is conflict. Uniting the collective will for peace is an underlying focus for all forms of government that support human rights and whose goal is inclusiveness. I personally felt that sense of unity when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and wrote this short 25-second song to express that. Give the gift of peace on earth, in your heart give silent birth to thoughts of joy that come your way, that fill all hearts with hope today. Today, let's focus on our humanity as citizens from all races, ages, and backgrounds to break down the walls that exclude too many from the benefits of peace in our society. The homeless, the mentally ill, the drug addicted, the indigenous, the migrant community, the poor, the veterans, the Muslims, the LGBTQ, the undereducated, the incarcerated, the black, and those citizens and police officers who are working for reconciliation in our community. I offer my petition today to the City Council, quote, to consider and enact within 15 days a resolution, ordinance, or measure providing the inclusion of the Silent Minute on the agenda at the opening of the City Council meeting, during which citizens will unite in common focus for peace to prevail in our community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woods. I don't know if that's a proper request for citizen action, but we should get the information from her. Okay. Is Jeremy Helfgott still here? I think he had, oh, there he is. Oh, you are still here. So Jeremy Helfgott wanted to provide testimony on this item as well. Guess switching hats from neighborhood leader back to Human Relations Commission.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think that Pulte has actually completed their construction at this point on that lot. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I will note that I am here as an individual, though I do proudly serve on the Human Relations Commission for the city. Here expressing my own views today, which I think comport generally with the purpose of that commission, which is to say that any solution we come to on the question of prayer or invocation at council meetings, whether it's a moment of silence, whether it's delivered by a chaplain, I think the key factor here is equal access and equal opportunity for any group that wishes to participate. I think the idea of assigning a chaplain starts to narrow the view. I can tell you personally, as someone of the Jewish faith, I am always respectful of non-Jewish prayer. I'm happy to take that moment, but it's always a little bit discomforting. I was very pleased today to have a moment of silence. I thought it was actually a wonderful ritual. I thought it was somewhat cleansing and set a phenomenal tone for really the sacred proceedings that we're a part of today. And I would urge the council to simply continue that process. I do want to stand with the motion to continue this. I think it's worthy to seek additional input, have additional legal opinion rendered, and to give the issue a little bit more time, and to see how the continuing practice of that moment of silence impacts people. So I know there are two motions on the floor. I would urge a vote down on the substitute motion and would urge the council to vote in favor of the continuance at this point, and along with that, urge continued consideration of leaving what is now the status quo in place, if for no other reason than it doesn't exclude anybody. It allows each of us to participate in a shared moment in our own individual way. I think it accomplishes the goal without closing the door to anyone who wishes to participate. I thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Helfgott? All right, thank you for your testimony. We do have other cards not wishing to speak, but wanted to indicate, I think all of them are in support Jose de Segura, Abel Villarreal, Oscar Duran, Jose Padilla, Peter Birch, Larry Rafanakis, all wishing to express their support. Okay, so the motion on the table is the motion presented by Councilman Waring. We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any additional comments that need to be made?
Ouch.
Where do you want to go? Councilman Williams, you want to go first?
Thank you. I will tell you, Jeremy, I agree with you. I think silent prayer is extremely powerful. My faith, that's part of our regular service. And I feel that God is always in this chamber, and that all of us listen very closely and pray for guidance to do the right thing. I believe this has been turned into a political football. I think it's time to end it. I know that anytime you mix politics and religion, it's a battle. I mean, you can look around the world and see that. And I just want it to end. Phoenix is better than that. This council is above this crap, quite frankly. And I am willing to go along with this motion, knowing that we still have questions, and when you bring back the ordinance, we expect answers. And at that point, it could still be denied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Because I believe very strongly that this chamber welcomes diversity, all religions, and I'm a Christian, but I have every denomination possible in my district, and I honor their religions. Everyone in America can pick and choose for whatever they believe. The important thing is that they believe in a God, and they act as a good citizen, and they're good to their neighbors. That's what's important to me. But I will vote yes on this motion today, so that today it ends.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Williams. Councilwoman Pastor?
I have a question regarding this motion.
Please.
So, in the current, delivered by the current City of Phoenix Fire and Police Chaplains. My question is, if we vote on this today, then it's going to come back to us, letting us know if this is possible or not, or please explain.
To enact the rule change contemplated by the motion, an ordinance is required. So at that point, we'll have to bring back an ordinance with formal language in it that the council would consider adopting as part of amending the rules of council procedure. In the meantime, if you would like us to, like staff, to come back with some sort of feedback from the proposed chaplains, we can also do that, I assume.
And what do you mean by feedback?
Well, since they're not employees of the City of Phoenix, as I understand it, I suppose that they could decline the appointment. They wouldn't, they're not bound as city employees to accept direction from the city manager to give prayers in meetings. City manager couldn't direct them to do that because they're volunteers, as I understand it.
Okay, and if that's not possible, then?
And when the ordinance comes back, there'd have to be a change.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Cicio, please.
Well, first, thank you. And the other is lowering this DEFCON, which I appreciate. I think this gives everybody a 2-week window to, let them come back with an ordinance on this. And we do this on a pretty regular basis where we approve items and then staff has to come back with the actual details of an ordinance because the ordinance is not drafted today. And I think that gives everybody pretty much what they want. I mean, everybody is getting what they want out of this today. Everybody is. Councilwoman Williams gets the end of this. I think a lot of us would like to see the end of it as well over here. And then I think it also gives people the opportunity in the next 2 weeks. What I don't want to have happen, if I could, and I'm not going to change the motion or anything, but I don't want to see this go into 4 months or 3.
Conference
I think
unlocked.
we can get this thing done. So I think everybody is a winner today with this motion, the way it's set up and the changes that were made on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of this council? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
You know, Mayor, I was just sitting here listening to all the comments, and first of all, I just really want to thank those individuals that put in the petition, because we're here today because of individuals that asked to reconsider this, to put it back up to a vote. So I really want to thank those individuals that created that petition and making this all possible. The other thing is I'd like to really thank the pastors and all the individuals that sat here for 4 to 6 hours and waited and prayed, and you can feel the prayers from y'all. I want to just let you know some disclaimers on my behalf. I studied 2 years in the seminary. I worked for the Diocese of Phoenix for 8 years as a youth minister and as the director of Hispanic ministry. And I worked for an organization, a nonprofit organization called the Cesar Chavez Foundation, where we start each of our meetings, from our sales meetings to our DJs, our promotion staff, with a prayer that Cesar Chavez wrote. And it's our mission and vision of the farm worker movement. So I just wanted to put that up front. I also meet every Monday with about 40 to 60 pastors, and many of them are here today that have testified that we've been meeting for the last over 5 years now, the first Monday of each month at 10 o'clock on the 12th floor, where they come and they pray for the city of Phoenix. They pray for all the elected officials here, and they pray for us to make the right decisions. And I feel that those prayers have really helped the city of Phoenix grow, and especially myself, and I just want to thank you. And it's the power of prayer. And today I believe what's happening is the power of prayer in action. And I just want to thank you all for believing in all of us. And I believe that all of us believe in prayer. And we're in different situations in our lives right now and getting different pressures. But I can tell you that each one of us up here really believe in prayer. And I know that this last 2 weeks, some of my colleagues, I know that Jim Waring, Sal DeCiccio, Bill Gates, and myself have been looking for solutions. And we've been asking attorneys and individuals on an action plan, on something that will pass. So now we're going to spend another 2 weeks in looking and asking our legal advisors if everything that we've been working on for the last 2 weeks is legal, and I'm pretty sure that it is. With the chaplain and the fire and police chaplains, I believe we can try to figure something out. If we need to hire some or so, we're the decision makers up here, folks. We actually make the decisions, and we need to start acting like leaders. And one of the things is I'm going to act like a leader when it comes to prayer and when it comes to God. So I'll be voting yes on this motion, and that's why I second it. And once again, I want to thank Jim Waring, Sal DeCiccio, and Bill Gates for all their hard work in making sure that this is all passed through a fine-tooth comb, and I feel very comfortable that it will pass our legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Nowakowski. Any other comments from members of this council? I'll just indicate that I thought the policy that we passed a few weeks ago struck the right balance. That if we're going to continue to have invocation at our body, we have to have all faith traditions invited. I believe that's what the Constitution requires. And if we're not able to do so, that the right balancing of the interests, protecting the legal position of the city, protecting the constitutional rights of all the citizens, was to move to a moment of silent prayer and reflection. I thought that was a very wise balancing of those very important interests, and I believe that's the right thing to do in front of for the city. If we're going to continue to have invocation, a spoken prayer in advance of our meetings, that we have to invite all faith traditions to the table. Not only do they get the right thing to do, but also obviously it risks a significant piece of litigation and put the city in legal peril. So I believe that the public policy that was passed a few weeks ago was the right one, and as a result, I will be voting no on this particular motion. Any other comments by members of this council? Councilman Waring, please.
Can I ask who is on the phone for voting?
Daniel Valenzuela.
Vice Mayor, is anyone else on the phone? Councilman Gates, are you on the phone?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll ask one more time. Does anybody else have final comments before we go to a roll call vote?
I have one last
Councilman, please.
comment. I'm glad that my colleagues have been working on this, but a colleague and I have been working on this. We just haven't been as public, and this talking to one another and all this dynamic. So it's not just it's all of us that have been working on this, and I just want to be clear in that. The other piece is that the blessings need to go to all of us, not just certain, because we're all making decisions, and each and every one of us are leaders sitting here. I do want to thank you for being here and advocating, but thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Just make it clear that, as was indicated, because 4 members of the council were talking to each other, if you had spoken to, we would have been in violation of open meeting law. So thank goodness you did not talk to those other members. Councilman Waring.
Mayor, thank you, because I think that was mentioned before, and I'm sure it was just heat of the moment and so forth. We have no opportunity to work, all 9 of us together outside of this body. So the 4 of us, we had worked on this issue before, so we continued working on it because we weren't happy with the outcome of the last vote. It was a 5-4 vote. So there wasn't anything I could do. So to the extent any of my colleagues feel blindsided, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure also how to get around that. I don't think there is a legal way to do that. So I'm not saying you're suggesting that. It's just we were working and you guys were working and we produced this. We had a deadline. My understanding was we had to do this today. It never, frankly, occurred to me that we'd be continuing this, given the volatility of it, and I knew people would be here and so forth. Councilman DeCiccio had mentioned the idea of the chaplain in my presence weeks ago, months ago. I guess now we're in March, so months ago. So this was something that some of us obviously felt strongly about. We didn't. I never anticipated the delay to the extent that we're not following through on the continuance for you. I apologize. It's just, we had something we felt would work. I feel like we've heard from the expert that we brought in to work with this round, and from our own attorney, it sounds like this should work. I believe we're going to do more research, correct, Brad, about potentially having donors support us if there is a legal challenge, which there may well be, if it's constitutional or not. Just because there's a challenge doesn't mean it's wrong. And second, whether, as with the Greece case and other cities around the country, if not in Arizona, lawyers have donated their time. If we have lawyers who can donate their time, I certainly want to know how we get them on the approved list. So they can do that because they are experts, as I mentioned before, they are experts in this field. This is what they do. And I would like certainly to have them defending us. So.
And Mayor.
Understood.
Thank you.
Councilman DeCiccio, do you have additional comment?
And I do want to thank Councilwoman Pastor and others that were working on this thing. It's obvious that you were because of the comments and the dialogue that went here. And when I heard the pastors talk, I heard them pray for everybody. I didn't hear there was any one person. I just heard them thank a couple people because we had some dialogue with them. That's no more than that. From my end, I'm very appreciative of the fact that what I saw up here, I think that there was a really good give and take on this, and I think that everyone worked it out. I mean, that may not have necessarily been my idea. Brett is the first one who brought it up to me, so I don't think anybody needs to be taking any credit for any one of these ideas here, other than the fact that I think everybody was moving toward this direction. That tells me it's good policy, and good policy usually goes in the direction of where people are going unanimously on this. So I do appreciate all the work that you put into it. It's obvious that you were. We couldn't legally talk to you. This is just something that Councilman Waring and Nowakowski and Gates and I talked about back in January about this. And so I'm just appreciative of where we ended up here today.
And I'm going to respond to that because I also think every one of us does our due diligence, right, and that we do have to be careful of who we speak to and when we speak to, but we also have to be careful who we speak to because we're on subcommittees. So there's just a number of dynamics that we have to face, and sometimes we have to work in silo fashion. But I feel that every one of us wants to come to a compromise and wants to come to a happy medium. And I feel that every one of us does our work and are leaders in our own right. We may not meet eye to eye, but we're leaders. And so I'm glad to hear at the end of this vote that if in the media that we all came to a space where we felt was great and that we did great policy and all of us worked at it. Thank you.
All right, thank you much. Any other comments by members of the council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
No.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams. Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the motion passes on a excuse me, I want to vote no. I apologize, as I mentioned earlier. The motion passes on a 7-2 vote. There'll be no further business for the city council, I don't believe. This meeting is adjourned.